Chapter 13 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13 Waiting and Watching, Part 2. The weather, which had been variable, having settled calm and clear, Lockwood started on his proposed sledge trip up the Bellows with Jewel, the Eskimo Frederick, and an 8-dog team. Having young ice most of the way and no load, they made rapid progress to the tent at Basil Norris Bay. The dogs moved at a gallop, giving to all the rare opportunity of a ride. Here they found sleeping bags and provisions. The next morning they reached Black Rock Vale and followed the windings of its stream bed until they came to Lake Heintzelman, a beautiful body of water, or rather ice, perfectly smooth and free from snow, filling the whole valley, some 3 miles wide, to towering cliffs and extending about 5 miles. So smooth was the surface that the dogs could have pulled a ton. Feeling rather chilly, they all held on to the upright of the sledge behind and were dragged along on the soles of their shoes. Reaching the head of the lake and finding the way so rough as to endanger the sledge runners, they deemed it best to go into camp and reconnoiter before proceeding farther. While Lockwood and Jewel got supper, Frederick went on a hunt for musk oxen. The former afterward followed with the team to bring in the game which he had killed, first skinning and cutting it up, not an easy job, as they had only a very dull hatchet and equally dull case knives. They finally succeeded, however, after much labor, and returned to camp at a late hour. The ox killed was the only one seen, although it was there, 3 miles above the lake, that 100 had been formerly seen. The following morning being chilly and the sky overcast, they returned to the tent at Basil Norris Bay, the dogs carrying the men as well as nearly 400 pounds of meat over the smooth lake at a rapid pace. While crossing, they heard an unusual noise, like distant thunder, which at first they were unable to account for, but finally concluded was due to the cracking of the ice, arising probably from changes of temperature. The whole expanse of ice was marked by cracks extending in every direction, not, however, coming to the surface, but visible below. In returning to the station, they avoided some rough places by hugging the south shore of the harbor, a rumbling noise of moving and crushing ice being heard in the direction of Dutch Island. On reaching the station, they found that a large bear had visited the house, dragging off the skeleton of a musk ox, which Dr. Pavey had hung out to dry as a specimen. Tracks of another bear were afterward seen near the house. At Lieutenant Greely's request, Lockwood, with others, followed these tracks, came in sight of the animal, and saw him making his way toward the middle of the straits, through leads of open water and over hills of ice with seeming ease. Of course, they failed to add bear meat to their well-stocked larder. After enjoying a hot bath, which Lockwood commended as a grand luxury, he penned the following from his corner in the station house. The men have added a bagatelle board to their other sources of amusement, and sometimes have bagatelle tournaments. Lieutenant Greely and I often play chess, and sometimes I take a game of checkers with the Eskimo. These, by the way, seem better reconciled than they were last winter. Probably have come to understand us better, and we them. Much of my time has been occupied in making maps of the several launch trips and in writing out stenographic notes. Still, the monotony here is dreadful and tells on all. It certainly does on me. Dr. Pavey and Lieutenant Kingsbury spend much of their time in the other room, and when in here and Lieutenant Greely absent, are engaged in the most gloomy prognostications as to the future and in adverse criticisms on the conduct of the expedition. It is really dreadful, and I sometimes think the life of an exile in Siberia preferable to this. The absence of light without keeps us within doors, and the want of exercise and fresh air promotes restlessness. Our supply of books comprises only novels and Arctic literature. A few really solid books of history, biography, essays, etc., are much to be desired, though, under the circumstances, I suppose it would be difficult to concentrate one's mind on them. Our experiment with calves had to be given up. All died but one. Long took that to Dutch Island, but it would not stay. Like the human animal, the poor thing wanted sympathy and something to love, and followed him all the way back, notwithstanding all he could do to restrain it. Tame foxes and tame owls have also been given up. The former bit their keepers, the latter ate each other up. The dogs multiply rapidly and would increase faster, but that the pups are eaten by the old ones. I saw the mother of a dead pup keeping Rittenbank from swallowing it, while she hesitated whether or not she would do the same thing herself. We are again building around our house with ice, which proved such an addition last winter, and the double sashes to the windows have been put in. I have added a sideboard to my bunk and covered the adjacent walls with paper, thus adding to the warmth. Much may be done to mitigate the evils of this climate. The moral and social evils are what we cannot meet, or rather do not repel. Mrs. Greely's birthday was again observed, chiefly by a good dinner with wine furnished by Lieutenant Greely. Lockwood's own birthday was also celebrated in like manner, when he recorded the following. After dinner, Lieutenant Greely and I had a long talk, reminiscences of army life, speculations as to our retreat in boats, etc. When alone, my mind turned to the dear ones at home and the many warm friends I had elsewhere, and to the happy days spent with them. My corner, which is the coldest of all the corners, was improved by covering floor and walls with paper. I also found an improvement by adding sideboards to the bunk, and finally by converting the bed into a regular sleeping bag. Before this was done, I sometimes became very chilly during the night after the fires went down. Our lamps now burn all day. How wearisome this constant artificial light becomes, we know from the experience of last winter. I dread it under our present social relations. Even Lieutenant Greely refers to these as intensifying what would otherwise not much distress him. My daily routine is somewhat as follows. Breakfast at 7:30 with scarcely a word spoken by anyone. Then I smoke, standing by the stove in the cook's room. Afterward, tailoring or some other work. At noon, a walk to Proteus Point if possible. Afterward, read or sleep till dinner at 4. Again, smoke as before. Then a few games of chess with Lieutenant Greely, or checkers with the Eskimo. Then read a little French, or a good deal of whatever I find most interesting. Then to my army bunk to sleep till morning, when the same routine is repeated. On the 20th, he made a trip to Depot B with some of the men and 2 dog sledges to bring down the musk ox meat left there in cache. They found the foot ice near shore so rough that they had to keep well out, but still they made the 18 miles in 6 hours, which may be regarded as fair traveling with dogs. They met many bear tracks, but old, probably made by the same animals that visited the station. They found that these animals, and also foxes, had found their meat cache and had done much damage, 4 quarters of meat and 15 geese having been eaten by them or taken away. Returning next day with what remained, and taking in more meat at St. Patrick's Bay in still worse condition, they made their way home over a sea of rubble ice. To show the effects of ice movements, Lockwood observed, when crossing Watercourse Bay on their return, the sledge tracks made the day before 50 feet in the air on top of floebergs. They made a visit to some floebergs at the mouth of Lady Franklin Bay to get specimens of colored ice seen there on a berg. These were mostly yellow, but some specimens almost black. On melting, they gave an offensive odor and made deposits of their color. Analysis could only determine the nature of the coloring matter. Young ice was measured and found to be 20 inches thick. Lockwood would have been glad enough to be away from that cold region, and yet he seemed determined again to explore the North Greenland coast, and thought that, under favorable circumstances, he could go farther than he had already gone by at least 75 miles, thereby manifesting a degree of pluck almost unique in its character. Difficulties might arise to defeat his plans, but these surmounted, all his energies and hopes would be directed to returning home. It was Lieutenant Greely's opinion, however, that his farthest would not be again reached in the present century. On the 5th of November, Dr. Pavey returned from an expedition to Carl Ritter Bay, which he had reached by following the valley back of Cape Lieber, as the ice foot was found impracticable. The dog food, or dried fish, taken being insufficient and poor, one of the dogs died and was immediately eaten by the others. The straits below were found quite open. They killed 1 musk ox, but could not bring in the meat. On the return, so rough was the ice over the bay that 12 hours were required to cross from Cape Baird. The doctor urged the policy of storing provisions at Cape Hawks for their boat journey, a thing easier to talk about than to do, as Cape Hawks was 155 miles in a straight line south of Lady Franklin Bay, and it would occupy a dog sledge to go and return at least 1 month. If anything was to be done in that direction, all thoughts of further exploration must be abandoned. The doctor predicted that a naval expedition would be sent for them the next year, Congress having hitherto failed to provide for their relief. In one of his tramps to Proteus Point, Lockwood's feet were again frosted, owing partly to his imperfect footgear, and he then became convinced that a light, flexible moccasin was the best thing to wear in that country. For several days, about the middle of November, there were magnetic disturbances of a pronounced character, coincident with the storms and auroras they were experiencing. Storms were always indicated by rapid changes of barometer, but sometimes the barometer fell and no storm followed. Auroras had recently been attended with varied colors, which was unusual, as they had formerly been uniformly white. A surveyor working there would find, at times, his compass needle almost unmanageable. Seals were seen in the most unexpected places, one of them having been killed with a hatchet in a tide hole. On the 21st, Lockwood was startled when setting out on his usual walk to see what looked like smoke coming from the roof of the house, but what he mistook for smoke was only the condensation of vapor escaping from the house. The appearance of the smoke coming from the chimney and of the steam from the roof, projected as they were on the sides of the snow-covered mountains, was very pretty. The ice wall around the house was a great protection, not only keeping the hot air in, but protecting the house from the furious blasts which would otherwise enter it, if indeed they did not destroy it. Lieutenant Greely resumed his lectures, which had before proved so interesting. He gave one, which they all admired, on the history of his native town, Newburyport. Israel had also assumed the role of lecturer on astronomy, with which he was familiar. When Lockwood became desperate with ennui, he got out his old letters and again read them, as they carried him back to his distant home and parents and sisters. He earnestly prayed that a kind providence would restore him to them. This was the end of all his hopes. On the 30th of November, Lockwood wrote as follows: "This is the day Lieutenant Greely appointed for Thanksgiving, and thankfully we should keep it, for we have not only escaped sickness and any serious discomforts, but we have had undoubted success in our efforts, both scientific and geographical. We have had a royal feast of soup, beef, corn, lima beans, pineapple jelly, nuts, and figs." Contrary to his resolve, a few days later he commenced reading novels. His feeling was that they withdrew one from oneself, which is something gained, but they put one up in the clouds, from which it is often painful to descend. They caused the reader to live for a time in an ideal world, and bring him back to the stern reality with a sense of disappointment. On the 8th of December, Lockwood was greatly impressed by the absence of light, and gave his views as follows: "It is now very dark, even at noon, except when we have the moon and a clear sky. Even on the floe, where the pure white snow reflects every bit of light, it is now so obscure that it is difficult to see the path at one's feet, and even the outline of the mountains, high above the horizon, are very dim. A faint gleam of twilight over the south horizon, at noon only, shows the direction in which the sun and God's country lie. So dark is it that I have several times stumbled over the dogs lying outside a door, and when in a pathway one has rather to feel the way than see it, requiring the use of a lantern in going from the house. No wonder, then, that the moon is so highly appreciated in this benighted region. How delightful it is, after a fortnight's absence, to have her with us once again. How a poet would rave over the moon could he once know a polar winter. We have her now in all her glory, lighting up this vast desert waste, which, covered with its mantle of snow and ice, now becomes a thing of beauty. The effect of continued absence of sunlight is very marked in the complexion of all the men, as well as in their loss of vigor. They are as blanched as potato sprouts in a dark cellar. Blessed orb of light and life! One can hardly imagine the one without the other. The moral as well as the physical influence of sunlight is very soon seen after the sun's reappearance, the middle of February. They still kept up birthdays, and the 24th was that of Sailor, when they had a feast selected by himself. The musk ox beef was particularly good, being young and tender, and free from the musk flavor so common with old oxen. They were now used to this, however, and it did not trouble them. In the evening, Lieutenant Greely brought out a few Christmas presents to distribute, which had not been issued the previous year, and there were some prizes of tobacco, soap, etc., raffled for. A chromo picture of good King Billy of Prussia was given to Long, whose hair is somewhat red. The hair in the picture being of the same color, much mirth was elicited, as Long was sensitive about his hair and was constantly chaffed by the men on that account. Lieutenant Greely made a few appropriate remarks, referring to the success of the expedition and praying that their good fortune might continue, etc. The Christmas dinner was remarkably good, one that might have been enjoyed anywhere. The appetites of the men and of the officers were equal to the occasion. Of late, some of them had shown less appetite than formerly, possibly because their supplies showing signs of failing in a few particulars, the table had shown less variety. The average weight of the men was found to be 171 pounds, Lockwood's weight being 176, embodying a great deal of caloric. On the 8th of January, 1883, after repairing some damage done to the launch by the ice, Lieutenant Greely announced his resolve to leave for home in boats not later than August 8th, and sooner if the ice permitted. On the 23rd, efforts were made to cross the bay to Cape Baird, but without success, the difficulties being the absence of light, the intense cold, and the extremely rough ice. It was desired to open a passage to Cape Baird and make a depot of provisions there for use on the retreat. Their first efforts carried these stores only to mid-channel, but afterward Sergeant Lynn and others carried them over to Cape Baird. Much of Lockwood's time was of necessity occupied in tailoring, and he had become quite an expert. Service in the North not only demanded much clothing, but the garments must be strong and warm. Their supply and store being somewhat limited and not judiciously chosen, particularly in foot and hand gear, all were from time to time engaged in repairing old garments or making new. Rice suggested a method of doubling the supply of woolen socks by cutting off the legs of long stockings and sewing up the bottoms of the leg part. For his proposed spring trip, Lockwood was counting upon a rig consisting of 2 merino shirts, 3 flannel shirts, 1 chamois vest, 1 vest made of 2 thicknesses of army blanket, 1 woolen jersey, 1 swanskin cloth overshirt, 1 pair of merino drawers, 2 pairs of flannel drawers, soldier's trousers, cloth cap covering head and neck with a skirt covering the shoulders, and a pair of moccasins over heavy woolen socks, all to be worn at once, though seemingly heavy enough to weigh down an elephant. The only clothing in reserve was woolen wrappers and socks for the feet. and a sealskin timiac for exceptionally cold weather. Having suffered much from cold feet, Lockwood had paid special attention to footgear, but without great success. Frequently he was kept awake most of the night from this cause. He noticed that the dogs suffered more in their feet than elsewhere, and might be seen at any time standing around with their feet drawn up under their bodies. Their feet and nose seemed to be the only highly sensitive parts of the Eskimo dog, these being, indeed, the only parts not covered with long wool. Lockwood never tired of watching these animals. They were susceptible to kindness, though generally getting little of it. They followed him on his lonely walks, and seemed grateful for any notice or attention on his part. The young pups soon became docile and tractable in harness, though a little more difficult to manage than old dogs. When the 1st of March arrived, all hands were engaged in preparing for their spring work. First in order was the supply of their depot on the eastern side, and Lockwood purposed leaving soon to convey several hundred pounds of rations to that place. As usual in such cases, Dr. Pavey and 2 others of the party indulged themselves in the most gloomy prognostications as to the future, declaring that all idea of further explorations should be abandoned, and all their efforts applied to depositing provisions down the straits to secure their safe retreat in boats in August and September. Both Lieutenants Greely and Lockwood did all they could to make a success of this expedition, but the social atmosphere was not congenial, and there was little enthusiasm manifested. How different would have been this life if all had pulled together! Lockwood was impatient to be away from this trouble and at work. If he could not go farther than on his previous trip, he could at least try, and no man could do more than his best. On the 10th of March, Lockwood left with 2 sledge teams of 10 dogs each for the purpose of placing supplies on the Greenland side of the straits. He, Sergeant Brainerd, and Eskimo Frederick with 1 sledge, Sergeant Jewell, Corporal Ellison, and Jans with the other. After leaving Depot A, where they added to their load, they had on each sledge about 930 pounds, or nearly 100 pounds per dog. Found much rubble ice on St. Patrick's Day, but generally the route to Depot B was good, and the journey was made in 8 hours from the station. Although they had a fire in the little stove of the depot tent, all passed an uncomfortable night, not only from cold, but from their cramped and crowded condition. Their feet were higher than their heads, and the head in one instance was under the edge of the damp, frost-covered canvas. Woolley was found to be lame, and had to be left in a hole in the snowbank with a supply of hard bread. Ellison was feeling badly, yet said all right, and insisted on proceeding. Seeing no favorable passage from Cape Beechey, they concluded to go up to Wrangel Bay and try the passage direct from there to Cape Brevoort. To reach Wrangel, they had to leave the ice foot and move out on the straits, and soon found themselves in an awful mass of rubble ice, like a vast plain covered with boulders. A great deal of chopping had to be done with the axe, and what progress they made was with half loads. They encamped on the straits, and while the others returned for their discarded loads, Lockwood prepared supper, succeeding only in making some ice into lukewarm tea, which, with cold bread and meat, they hastily swallowed before creeping into their sleeping bags. They secured but little sleep, as may be imagined when it is known that the thermometer registered that night -48°. Under such circumstances, they seemed never completely unconscious, and got up in the morning under the belief that they had not slept at all. Reaching the south cape of Wrangel Bay, they turned to the right and went directly toward Cape Brevoort, still meeting with ice of the most formidable kind, over which the heavily loaded sledges had frequently to be lifted. Tired out, they camped at 5 p.m. in the midst of the strait. The first thing to be done was to look out for the footgear. This always had a lining of frost inside as well as out, being wet from perspiration if not from leakage. Brainerd always changed his stockings for dry ones when he could do so, but Lockwood and Frederick generally let theirs go, the latter from indifference to frostbites, and the former to escape the pain arising from tender feet and fingers. By encasing his feet in dog or sheepskin wrappings, he managed to pass the night comfortably. Ellison, being really sick, was sent back to the depot to the tender care of Woolley. After moving for a time over rubble, several of the pieces of which came up to a man's shoulders, they were greatly encouraged by coming to a grand paleocrystic floe, whose gently undulating surface stretched east, north, and south as far as the eye could reach. This floe reminded Lockwood of a western prairie, its mounds and gullies making the resemblance more complete. As an offset to this smooth way, they had to face an icy north wind with the thermometer from -35° to -48°. Frederick got one cheek and a finger frostbitten, Brainerd his face, and Lockwood his nose. Here they put off the load, and at a run with the empty sledge returned to their former encampment, where the tent was left standing, to await the return of Jewel, who had gone back to Depot B to leave Ellison with Woolley. The next morning, packing everything on the two sledges, they soon gained the smooth floe seen the day before, whence, detaching Jewel for some stores at Lincoln Bay, which he was to leave at this point, and then return to Fort Conger, Lockwood, Frederick, and Brainerd proceeded across the floe with as much of the total loads as the dogs of their sledge could drag. Coming within 5 miles of Cape Brevoort, and seeing formidable ice in that direction, while toward Newman Bay the ice was better, Lockwood concluded to head toward that bay. They did so until 5 p.m., and then camped on the straits, completely exhausted. During the night they had a violent south wind, but they had campaigned too much not to be prepared for this with tent pins securely driven. In the morning they made their way over pretty good floes with some rubble, and reached at noon the whaleboat at Polaris Point, finding the rations in her intact. Thence, following the snow slope along the cliffs, and passing the point where Lockwood and Frederick had spent many hours the year before in a snow hole, they passed round Cape Sumner, through masses of ice in some places piled 50 feet high, and finally reached the boat camp on Newman Bay. Having thus provisioned the boat camp, they took a survey of the routes back, and concluding that, all things considered, the one direct to Cape Beechey was the best, returned by it with an empty sledge, making rapid progress and reaching the west shore in just 7 hours. Notwithstanding they had no load, the passage was by no means easy, for they had to pass over mountain ridges, deep pits, and gullies in the rubble ice, where the dogs could scarcely keep their footing. Lockwood was impressed, as often before, with the power and endurance of the dogs. Ellison had left the depot, but Woolley still remained, and there also they found Jewel, who had been up to Lincoln Bay, where he found that the foxes had eaten up a large part of the meat in cache there. With Woolley on the sledge, they returned to the station, meeting Snyder and Whistler en route with a pup team and sledge going for Woolley. It was interesting and touching to witness the demonstrations and delight of these youngsters on meeting their elders, among which were the mothers of some of them. Jewel said that on his return to the depot he put away his dog harness in one of the empty tents, and that when he awoke the next morning he found nothing remaining but the bone buttons and the whip handles, the dogs having eaten everything else. Another dog story is recorded as follows. Millatook had pups the other day, and all were killed except one. It was discovered yesterday in a very unfortunate condition, with tail frozen hard and stiff, and legs in nearly the same condition. Some of the men soaked the tail in water, and eventually brought it to. It is a sad tale. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Resuming a Desperate Struggle. On the 19th of March, fair weather came out of the north, and not only cheered the hearts of the whole colony at the station, but fired the desire of Lieutenant Lockwood for the new campaign, which he had long been contemplating. After a consultation with Lieutenant Greely, he concluded to start on the following day or soon after. As usual, some cold water was thrown upon his plans, one of the critics declaring that they had experienced enough of that kind of business, and another that they had better be thinking of their coming fate. But Lockwood's reasoning was as follows. Before I go home, I must make another strike on the North Greenland coast. If the conditions of the ice are no worse, I ought to be able to discover the northeast extremity of Greenland and add several miles to my latitude, although Lieutenant Greely thinks that my present farthest will not again be reached in our day. I say nothing about all this, however. Act first and talk afterward has always been my way. Lockwood was both hopeful and determined, and on the 22nd he received his final orders to the effect that, should he not be able to reach a higher latitude than he did before without undue danger, or should he or any of his men break down or become dangerously ill, he was to return forthwith. To this he replied that he knew not what might happen, but he intended, if possible, to reach the 84th parallel, in anticipation of his own birthday, and to honor the explorers with a good send-off. Lieutenant Greely gave a dinner on the 26th, and thus fortified, they were prepared to move on the following day, rejoicing. Lockwood had 2 fine teams of 10 dogs, each assigned for his use, and, as before, the faithful Brainerd and Eskimo Frederick were to accompany him. Everything passed off quietly, without the excitement or enthusiasm of the previous spring. They left the station at 8:30 a.m., the advance sledge bearing the silk flag of Mrs. Greely, with Brainerd and Frederick the Eskimo, the supporting sledge with Jewel, Alice, and Eskimo Jans, and then the pup team and sledge driven by Snyder and carrying Greely and Lockwood. On reaching Watercourse Bay, whence they were to take back a load of coal, Lieutenant Greely and team left them, after bidding Godspeed and telling them to be sure and bring back the north end of Greenland. Reaching Depot A in 2¼ hours, they took on 2 small seals left there, and passing Depot B, where they obtained more provisions, they reached Cape Beechey at 4 p.m., the dogs quite fresh, but the men much wearied. When they resumed their journey, it was snowing and the Greenland shore invisible. They took a direct course by compass for Cape Sumner over rubble ice until they reached the first floe, on whose hard, undulating surface they made rapid progress until they came to rubble ice again. Brainerd, with axe in hand, went ahead, clearing the way over impassable places until the high cliff of Polaris Promontory came in sight. Finally, both Jewel and Alice, suffering from pain, when 3 miles from Cape Sumner, they stopped for the night after making 20 miles, and all went into bags. Moving early next morning with considerable wind, they got into bad ice with cracks, down which some of the dogs fell and had to be drawn up, but finally, finding a better route, reached the Polaris boat camp, where, leaving some meat for the dogs when returning, they continued on toward Gap Valley, generally over rolling floes and through rubble, requiring a great deal of cutting, tugging, and pushing. When 3 miles out, they went into camp again, leaving Alice to prepare supper for all, while the others with both sledges returned to the boat camp. Leaving Brainerd to get ready the alcohol to be taken from the whaleboat, they kept on along shore to the foot of the cliffs and the cache. Here they found the snow slopes much worse than on their last visit, but the sledges being empty, they could have gone over anything except the stone wall, and even that would have had to be very high to stop them. Fox tracks were seen near the cache, but they found it intact. The ice they had piled about it was almost covered by the drifting snow. The contents of the cache, about 1,000 pounds in all, were put on the 2 sledges, and soon after they went down a snowbank so steep and hard that the sledges took entire command, though all hands tried to hold them back, but the dogs keeping out of the way, no harm was done. This was at Cape Sumner, whence they returned to the boat camp. Here, taking on the things prepared by Brainerd, they returned to the tents. After supper, some hours were spent in getting ready the rations for from 20 to 48 days. Jewel and Alice were both complaining. Otherwise, everything looked very promising. On the morning of the 30th, it was clear overhead, but cloudy around the horizon, and a slight snow was falling. The loads were about 1,100 pounds to each team, but the dogs did admirably, and good speed was made, the ice being covered with a very light depth of snow. At the mouth of the gorge by which they were to ascend and cross the Brevoort Peninsula, they reduced the load on each sledge and started up this narrow, rocky, winding canyon. The snow was hard, and they were getting along well when right before them appeared a wall of snow so steep and hard that Lockwood had to use his big knife to ascend. It was about 30 feet high. He went alone to view the situation. A few yards beyond was a kind of ice tunnel whose roof was about 3 feet high. Then came another high, steep snowdrift with a snow cavern alongside, probably 50 yards in length, and also a few feet farther was found a deep pit formed by the snow. Climbing around this and proceeding half a mile, he found that the gorge made a bend to the east and became still more narrow and rocky, but a side ravine offered a chance to get out of this big gutter, up a long steep slope of hard snow, 3 or 4 times the height of the preceding drifts, and then Lockwood found himself on the tableland overlooking Newman Bay. The sledges with great difficulty gained this comparatively level divide. The landmarks not being altogether familiar to Lockwood, he took a long walk after supper to a distant ridge where, seeing the seacoast, his way became perfectly clear. It was a lonely and dismal walk, and the ridge seemed to get farther away as he approached it. After more than 2 hours' absence, he returned to the tents, crawled in alongside of Sergeant Brainerd, and was quickly lulled to sleep, notwithstanding the snoring of Frederick. The horrid sound issuing from his bag was as loud as a brass band at a circus. The process of getting breakfast was to be preferred to that of getting supper. When a man went into camp after a toilsome day of travel and had helped to pitch tent and unload the sledge, it was hard, while covered with frost, with cold and perhaps wet feet, to chop ice and meat and handle cold metal. After an uncomfortable night, with the temperature down to -45 degrees, they started again. Proceeding several miles, they reached a narrow, winding ravine and finally a gorge, which they followed until they came to the head of the wide Gap Valley and thence to the seacoast. Turning east, they continued on a few hundred yards and were then stopped by the ice wall, which crowded so closely to the shore that the sledges could not be hauled through. Lockwood and Frederick pitched the tent, while Brainerd went ahead with the axe, and after much hard work made a passage about 1/8 of a mile long through this place. They managed to worry through with half the load by 3 o'clock, and leaving Brainerd to get supper, Lockwood and Frederick went on with half the load for about 1½ miles. The route beyond the bad place was excellent. Dropping the load, they returned to the tent by 4 o'clock. Jewel came along later, he and Ellis complaining again of their difficulty in keeping up with the sledge when it went faster than a slow walk. While approaching the cairn at Repulse Harbor on the 1st of April, Brainerd's sharp eyes discovered the site of the English depot of rations, which contained Lieutenant Beaumont's sextant, an English flag, a cooking lamp, old clothes, and some footgear. The road before them was excellent, and they made good time, soon passing the route of the preceding year, which reached the coast just east of Repulse Harbor. On coming near Drift Point, they were better able to see the northern expanse outside the ice wall which lined the coast and had interrupted the view. Lockwood saw a good deal of young ice interspersed with holes and leads of open water. The main pack beyond seemed permeated by leads of what had been quite recently open water. Dark, misty water clouds were seen everywhere northward. The young ice extended along shore in both directions as far as they could see, and out from shore 100 yards or more. Beyond it was the polar pack, broken into small floes and rubble ice, which had a glistening green appearance, as though recently pushed up by the grinding of the fields about it. All this was very surprising. They made their way over the snow slopes of Drift Point and beyond until the near approach of the cliffs on one side and the ice wall on the other brought them to a halt 80 miles from Fort Conger. Here they encamped with everything, having come thus far in 6 days. The ice wall along here was from 40 to 50 feet high. Outside there was a good deal of ice lately formed, with smooth floes. They passed on near the foot of the bluffs to see if there was any way of getting along the cliffs, making their way between the ice wall and the foot of the steep slopes of the bluffs with great effort. The debris of stone, etc., from the cliffs above made the route almost impracticable for a sledge. Before reaching Blackhorn Cliffs, they were obliged to find a route along the top of the ice wall, and thus got a short distance along the bottom of these vertical cliffs. But now, from a fissure in the cliffs above, came a steep drift of very hard snow, slanting down to the water at its foot. To scale the cliffs by means of this drift was dangerous, as a slip would inevitably have taken one directly into the water. By cutting steps in the snow, they gained a considerable elevation, but on looking round a point of rocks, the height beyond was so much greater and worse than they expected that they could not proceed. All along shore was the crack of open water about a yard wide, with young ice beyond, through which a stone or fragment of ice might be thrown. Dense water clouds appeared in many directions. They returned to camp, and after enjoying some tea, Lockwood gave Jewel the tidal rod to make observations, while with Brainerd he started out again, this time to the south and up a stream bed at whose mouth they were encamped, hoping to find a route back of the cliffs overland. They soon found themselves in a ravine with high rocky sides and encountered a steep snowdrift. Beyond was a small hole in the snow, which seemed to be a cavern or grotto formed of snow and ice and probably running down to the bed of the stream, if that may be called a stream which has no water. Beyond this were exposed rocks underfoot, and they saw ptarmigan tracks where the birds had used their wings in getting down a snowdrift. Finally, they came to a branch ravine from the southeast, the main stream leading off toward the south. They turned up the branch and kept on for a while, when the high rocky sides seemed to come to a formation of ice like a glacier, 100 feet high at least, and very steep. The crest was perpendicular. The route thus far was difficult yet practicable, but it was clearly impossible for a dog team to haul an empty sledge up this place, and yet it was the only place where there was anything else than an inclined plane of rocks. The glacier was covered with snow, but in many places the ice could be seen cropping out, the snow being only a thin covering. Some ice grottos were also seen. They clambered up the rocks to the left and found themselves on a stony plateau. Off to the east was an elevated ridge or knoll, towards which they traveled about 1.5 miles. On gaining it, the barometer showed an elevation of 1,300 feet. Toward the south was a chain of mountains running east and west, through the western extremity of which the main stream bed they had ascended seemed to break, about 6 miles from the sea. The branch appeared to end at the glacier, but to the east of it the land sloped north and south and formed a surface drain which, running east, soon narrowed into a gorge and, bending to the north, reached the sea just west of Rest Gorge as well as they could make out. At the bend was a large formation of ice or snow. They returned to camp at 3 p.m. and found everyone there walking vigorously up and down to keep warm, or rather to keep from freezing, the thermometer marking -48 degrees. Jewel left his beat every few minutes to note the height of the water on the tide rod. There was now nothing else to do except to get into the sleeping bags, and this in cold weather always involves a change of footgear. At 6 o'clock, Brainerd had prepared supper, and shortly after, the advance sledge party was trying to sleep. Jewel kept on taking observations until after 11, when he caught the high tide. It was a severe ordeal, but he preferred to do it without assistance, as it was much better for the record. Brainerd complained of want of sleep, and Lockwood's rest was much the same as usual, an uneasy, oppressed feeling of being half asleep and half awake, every few hours getting broad awake and wondering if it were time to rise, or how much colder his feet would have to get before freezing. Having decided to examine the main ravine running south, Lockwood started from camp before 8, with Brainerd, Frederick, and Ellis. On reaching the branch, he and Ellis continued south, and the other two went up the branch, continuing along between the high rocky sides of the ravine, with abundance of hard snow underfoot, but some bad snowdrifts. They found a very good sledge route. After a while, they came to a huge formation of snow, filling the whole breadth of the ravine and sloping up, in one place by a very easy ascent, to the west bank. Gaining this, they continued on and reached a ridge some 1,200 feet high, which commanded a view of the sea and of the valley to the south as far as the mountains. The valley seemed to grow wider and deeper as far as the mountains, through which it broke from a southwest direction. No break or defile of any kind offered an outlet to the east. Beyond the east bank was a wide plateau covered with stones and about 4 miles from the sea. After taking a good survey of the country, they turned back toward the camp. Brainerd and Frederick joined them some time afterward and reported that they had cut 152 steps in the side of the glacier to get up, and found that the branch extended a short distance beyond, but that a vertical ledge of ice some 12 feet high presented itself afterward, and that on getting beyond this, they found themselves on a plateau covered with bare stones. Brainerd thought the route utterly impracticable and went on no farther. He afterwards said that they might be able to get round to Rest Gorge in 2 weeks with the sledges and loads by taking the sledges to pieces and carrying them and the loads piecemeal over these obstructions. The young ice seemed to be getting thicker, and they began to think they might get around the cliffs after all. They had some tea and pap, and began to calculate how many days it would take to reach Cape Bryant. During the afternoon, a way for the sledge was cut through a low place in the ice wall, a short distance west of the camp, and 2 days' rations were also deposited in a cache on the hill. A slight wind blew during the day, and by 8 o'clock all were in their sleeping bags again, excepting Jewel, who kept up tidal observations until 10, securing a very satisfactory set. 2 high tides and the intervening low tide. Thermometer during the night -43°. After breakfast, Brainerd went down to the tide gauge and, coming back, reported that the rising tide had widened the crack a little, but that he had fixed it by chopping snow blocks and throwing them in the water. Being unwilling to risk everything on the young ice, thinking that it might break through, Lockwood put the 5 sacks of pemmican on the sledge, and, leaving the tent, etc., and the supporting sledge party packing up, he, Brainerd, and Frederick started on. They reached the ice with no trouble, and, proceeding out from shore 100 or 200 yards, turned to the east and went a short distance when, Frederick seeming to think the ice all right, Lockwood sent Brainerd ahead with the axe, while with Frederick, having thrown off the load, he proceeded back for the rest of the stores, so as to take all on together. They had nearly reached the shore when suddenly Lockwood saw 2 or 3 of the dogs in the water and knew from Frederick's tones that something had happened. The ice was moving out from shore, and they saw no way of getting off. Lockwood called for Jewel, and then, leaving Frederick and his team to find a way to shore if possible, started on the run to get within hailing distance of Brainerd. He was speedily overtaken by Frederick and the dog team, the dogs going at a fast gallop, and Frederick laying his whip about them in all directions. Lockwood proceeded to find some place to get ashore, but there was none, except at a little promontory of rubble ice in front of the camp and about 200 yards from the tide gauge. Elsewhere, up and down, as far as they could see, was a continuous belt of water, every moment getting wider. The ice had a motion toward the east, as well as out from the shore, and thus kept in position a small cake of ice, by means of which Lockwood got on the promontory, and then directed the movements of the dog sledge which now came along. On the way back they stopped and threw the pemmican on the sledge again, the ice being perfectly smooth and hard. They first saved the dogs, pulling them up one by one, and then, the little ice cake seeming to keep its position, a bridge was made of the sledge and all the pemmican saved. The ice continued to move out from the shore until up and down as far as the eye could reach was a wide belt of open water. Before they left, it was in many places between 100 and 200 yards wide, and the ice at the same time moving toward the east. They got ashore at 11 o'clock, and by 12:30 the sledge tracks, which had been opposite the tidal rod, were opposite the camp, a distance of 200 yards. While the sledges were being packed, a seal made his appearance and eyed the party curiously. The guns were not convenient, and he was not disturbed. Many water clouds were seen to the north at this time, and the whole polar pack seemed to be on the move. They were all grateful for getting out of the trap so well. Referring to their living on the moving floe, Frederick made signs to suggest their eating the dog pemmican. Certainly this would have lasted a long time had they not frozen to death in the meanwhile, which they would have done very soon, as they were without sleeping bags or alcohol. There seemed nothing to do but turn about and go home, and yet Lockwood was extremely averse to the idea. The overland route looked well nigh impossible, or something at least that could not be accomplished in time to allow them to reach the farthest of 1882. Lockwood's orders directed his return in case this contingency should arise, as well as in case of any signs of the disintegration of the polar pack, or in case he became incapacitated for rapid travel. He walked up and down and thought of it for some time, both Brainerd and Jewel having declared that there was nothing else to do but return. At 12:30 The teams being all ready, they turned toward the west. As they came near the slopes of Drift Point, a very disagreeable south wind with drifting snow was met, which, continuing to get worse, their cheeks and noses began to suffer, and therefore, at about 2 o'clock, they halted and pitched the tents, driving the pins first and raising the tents afterward. By this time it was blowing almost a gale, and the thermometer being very low, the tent was tied up and they prepared to weather it out, Lockwood having a severe headache, which added to his tribulations. The whole of April 5th was passed in the sleeping bags, giving all hands an opportunity to meditate on the delights of an Arctic sledge journey. The time was spent in sleep, or in trying to keep warm and sleep at the same time. During the day, Lockwood counted up the exact number of rations remaining, and, still bent on his dream of the 84th degree, calculated that, if they could get around overland to Rest Gorge in 5 days, they could yet go to the farthest of 1882 and a few days beyond, provided the traveling was not worse than the previous year. He announced his intention accordingly. Brainerd and Jewel were not hopeful, but willing to do their best in attempting it. One great obstacle was the lame and crippled condition of both Jewel and Ellis. The signs of disintegration in the polar pack Lockwood proposed to disregard. The wind continuing to blow, it was noon before they started off toward the east to reconnoiter, but prior to this, Lockwood went up on the high ground back of the tents and saw a great deal of open water. Some time after starting, he stopped the sledges and went up on another elevation to reconnoiter, feeling that, if he went on and anything happened, his responsibility would be heavy from his disobedience of orders. From this point could be seen a belt of open water running along shore in both directions for miles. In no place was it less than 200 yards wide, and from that it increased to 400 and 500. Westward from the vicinity of Repulse Harbor, it extended in a lead, growing wider and wider all the way across the straits, apparently to the vicinity of Lincoln Bay, where it seemed to swing round to the north. This lead was upward of 5 miles wide in the middle. Whether there were other leads south of it, between Newman Bay and Beachy, could not be determined. In the polar pack to the north were several small leads and a great many dark water clouds. The ice was again noticed moving rapidly to the northeast. Beyond Cape Bryant, he supposed the ice to be intact, as in 1882, but around the Cape, north of Britannia, they had then traveled on new ice, and going out on the polar pack at Cape Dodge, just this side of the farthest, had traveled on it for several miles. The condition of this route now could not be known, of course, but what they had seen made the prospect very unfavorable. The signs of disintegration were unmistakable, and Lockwood therefore determined to turn back once again. Near this spot he remarked a very curious stratified floeberg. It was about 40 feet high, and a dozen or more horizontal lines were very plain. The weather had now cleared up beautifully, and they were soon at Repulse Harbor. Here they left a short notice of their defeat in an English cairn, and, taking Beaumont's sextant, the English flag, etc., on the sledge, continued on their way to the mouth of Gap Valley, where they went into camp and remained long enough to take a set of tidal observations. The observations here were very satisfactory, and were kept up by Jewel for more than 12 hours. Brainerd, with Ellis and the 2 teams and drivers, advanced the heaviest part of the loads en route 9 miles to the shore of Newman Bay. Lockwood and Jewel remained in camp, and the former found it extremely monotonous, having nothing to do but to prepare supper. The only way to keep warm was by constantly moving about, and as a cold wind was blowing, this in itself was not comfortable. The observations were very trying to Jewel, continued as they were long after the rest were in their bags. On the 8th of April, they suffered more than usual with cold. The sleeping bags, frozen stiff, were a long time in thawing out after they got into them. Dark water clouds were seen along the northern horizon, although elsewhere the sky was bright and clear. One, particularly noticeable to the northeast and near shore, looked like a huge cliff in a fog. They also noticed a movement in an ice hillock some distance off the coast. It changed its angle to the east during their stay and suggested open water across their route before reaching Cape Beechey. They left camp at 10 and found the traveling very good, rather improved by the late storm. Jewel and Ellis began to suffer again, and the latter was carried on the sledge several miles, the loads being very light. They soon reached the middle of the divide, and then the loads left on the shore of Newman Bay, making very fast time through the gorge, though the sledges had to be let down the snow slopes and drifts by ropes. After stopping some time to take on everything, they proceeded slowly and reached the boat camp, and soon after Cape Sumner, where they stopped to make tidal observations, Lockwood and Brainerd remarking what a particularly dreary and dismal place it was, and wondering if they should ever see it again. It brought to mind the trials and tribulations of the previous spring. Yet in spite of those trials, the novelty of everything, and the imperfect equipment, that expedition was a success, and this one, notwithstanding their experience and the completeness of their arrangements, a failure. Oft expectation fails where it most promises. Lockwood felt thankful that they had escaped from the ice pack, and from passing the 48 hours of the recent storm upon it, living on the pemmican until finally frozen to death, but the sense of defeat was predominant. They passed a tedious, cold afternoon, but enjoyed a good dinner, having now an abundance of rations of all kinds. It warmed them up and put new life in all. Jewel saw, during his observations, a white owl flying overhead toward the east. The morning of the 10th was bright, clear, and calm. They noticed a stratum of misty clouds, supposed to be water clouds, hanging along the foot of the cliffs on the Grinnell land shore, and extending from above Cape Beechey northward indefinitely. After passing through several bands of rubble ice with great labor, and yet without having to double up, they found the tracks made on the outward journey and followed them continuously. This saved a great deal of time in chopping and picking out a road. About noon, they suddenly encountered a very cold south wind. It seemed to come out of Devil's Gap, Polaris Promontory, and as usual carried along a lot of fine drifted snow, continuing during the day. Their heavy loads made the dogs travel at a slow walk, otherwise, no doubt, both Jewel and Ellis must have been left behind or carried on the sledges. They went into camp on a hard snow drift. After an uncomfortable night, with the mercury at 45 degrees below zero, they left camp and followed the old trail, as on the previous day, jolting along with little difficulty in the rubble ice, the dogs doing admirably, bracing themselves to the effort at bad places, like so many men. They reached Depot B at 2:50 p.m. and pitched the tents, this making the 10th time that Lockwood had crossed the straits above Fort Conger. The traveling was tedious and slow, but they reached Depot A at noon, stopping only half an hour, and arrived at Fort Conger in the afternoon. Everything there was quiet as the grave. General Grant was the only one, man or beast, that knew of their approach and came out to meet them. Even when they passed the windows and reached the door, no one saw or heard them, and Lockwood walked in on Lieutenant Greely like a ghost and simply said, "Well, I'm back again. Open water at Blackhorn Cliffs." Some of his further reflections were to this effect: "Do I take up my pen to write the humiliating word 'failed'? I do, and bitter is the dose, although it is now a week since first I tasted it. My return here, the inaction after 2.5 weeks of inactivity, and the monotony, not to mention the disappointment of Lieutenant Greely, make it fresh as when first mixed. I tried yesterday and today to induce Lieutenant Greely to let me go out again, but he says this is our last year here, that I still have last year's work to fall back on, and above all, that it is not prudent. I have a scheme by which I could travel 4 days beyond the farthest of 82 and get back here in 44 days, leaving April 21st and returning June 3rd. That is, provided an overland route around the Blackhorn Cliffs can be found, and provided the conditions beyond are no worse than last year. My proposal was to take the 2 teams, the 2 Eskimo, and Brainerd, 5 sacks of pemmican, 1 tent, 2 sleeping bags, etc., and 44 days' rations for the party. The 5 sacks would last the dogs 23 days, after which about 8 dogs of the 20 would be killed one by one, and thus the remainder fed on the return. We should have to make long marches, it is true. Perhaps the refusal is for the best, and I still have the country southwest of the head of Archer Fjord to operate in. But I am reluctant to give up this scheme for passing 83 degrees 24 minutes. Everything at the station was very quiet, and much as when they left, except that a party had been sent for the boat at Thank God Harbor. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Across Grinnell Land, Part 1. While the disappointment which attended the late expedition was very great, it did not make Lieutenant Lockwood unhappy or morose. He was only convinced, perhaps, that when the ice and snow and storms, minions of the North Pole, undertake to play the game of April Fool, they do it very effectually. The absence of so many of his companions from the station had a depressing effect upon his spirits, but as usual he prepared the report of his last journey and duly submitted it to Lieutenant Greely, all the while suffering from the severe rheumatic pains which invariably followed his exposure to severe cold. Many of the men were complaining, and the weather outlook was not encouraging, and yet, after consulting with Lieutenant Greely, Lockwood fixed his mind upon an exploration up and beyond the Archer Fjord. His idea was to go west, at least as far as the English had gone along the northern shore of Grinnell Land, feeling that he could hardly fail of finding something of interest, and would perhaps make important discoveries. Indeed, he might be able to determine the coastline on the west. As usual, he wanted the company of Sergeant Brainerd and Eskimo Frederick, and would be content with 1 dog team and supplies for 30 days, with a proper supporting party for 2 days. His spirits now became better than they had been, caused chiefly, as he confessed, by the glorious sun, and yet he could not refrain from thinking of home, and again resorting for comfort to his old family letters, which he had so frequently read before. His late failure had been a disappointment to himself as well as to Lieutenant Greely and the men. Some of them seemed down in the mouth and gloomy, and, by way of cheering them, Lieutenant Greely informed them that he intended to leave Fort Conger on the 5th of August, or as soon thereafter as the ice would permit. The personal relations of Dr. Pavey and Lieutenant Kislingbury with Lieutenant Greely and himself were not what they should have been, and instead of getting better, these relations seemed to grow worse. Could he not have gone abroad on these fatiguing journeys to escape such companionship, he would have felt utterly desperate. He certainly would cheerfully take on any risks during the summer than longer endure the existing personal troubles. Lieutenant Kislingbury's only thought seemed to be that a sledge party should be sent down to Littleton Island to have the ship leave her supplies at Cape Sabine, therein merely reflecting the latest opinion of the doctor. The start for the western trip was made on the 25th of April, 1883, with 2 sledges, each drawn by 10 dogs and carrying about 1,000 pounds of rations for 30 days. They moved along the south side of the harbor over very soft and deep snow, through which the dogs labored, yet made their way with full loads. On getting near Sun Land, however, the snow became abominable, and the traveling was as bad as they had ever experienced. After trying for some time to go ahead, but sticking incessantly, they turned short off to the left, and after a great deal of work reached the shore, Brainerd en route falling down a crack, and Lockwood feeling convinced that his feet were frozen, as all sensation had left them. Reaching Black Knob Point, where there was a tent, they found it blown down. After some delay in repitching it, they started overland toward Sun Bay, through soft and deep snow, and soon afterward reached Stony Cape, where they encamped, all the party being very much fatigued. Resuming their march, they found the snow not particularly deep, but with a light crust, not quite hard enough to bear, which made the traveling fatiguing. They stopped to rest every hour, the weather being really too warm for comfort, so that Lockwood actually longed for the cold and hard work he had experienced in North Greenland. They reached Keppel's Head in 3 hours, and found that Mr. Keppel had a very stony face, and not a handsome head by any means, being a lofty promontory and precipitous mass of rocks, very grand and imposing. In 2 hours more they reached Hillock Depot, and stopped to get some corned beef left there by Lockwood in June of the preceding year, the English rations left there having all been eaten by foxes. On reaching Depot Point, they transferred everything from the supporting sledge and sent it back to the station, afterward getting along with the whole load very well. The high, steep cliffs on their right threw their shadows almost across the fjord, and kept them out of the glare of the sun moving along the northern horizon. Fox tracks constantly appeared. These tracks were found everywhere, and yet it was but seldom that the animals themselves were seen, and in thinking of their habits, Lockwood wondered if they laid up in store their surplus food against the days of want. A tame fox kept at the station would always take what was offered, but when the ice wall was pulled down, a large supply was found, which Mr. Reuben had abandoned on regaining his liberty. greatly enjoying the pleasant weather after finding some Eskimo relics and making a vain effort to surmount a glacier, they finally reached the head of Ella Bay, where, after some delay in finding freshwater ice and snow hard and deep enough to pitch the tent, they went into camp. Lockwood and Frederick then took the team and empty sledge and proceeded up a little watercourse a few miles, found less ice and more stones than they expected, but having ascertained that they could advance up the valley with some extra labor, returned. Numerous fox, ptarmigan, hare, and musk ox tracks were seen, but no game. Brainerd became permanent cook, as the difficult business of making observations devolved entirely on Lockwood. The cliffs about here were grand, at least 3,000 feet high. Lockwood was disappointed in getting equal altitudes of the sun for longitude time, the lofty cliffs shutting out the orb of light on each side of the meridian, and yet he had camped away out a mile or two from the cliffs in order to avoid this difficulty. This was one of the annoyances he had frequently experienced. After lying awake for hours or taking his sleep by short cat naps with one eye open and running out in order to catch the sun at the right time, and all this after a tiresome march, it was provoking to have some miserable cliff lift its ugly head right in his way. To get the local time, well, it was necessary to take the sun's altitude some hours before noon, and then catch the precise instant of the same altitude in the afternoon, the sun being nearly on the meridian at a time midway between the times of the two observations. This middle time needed certain corrections, and then, the watch or chronometer being regulated to Greenwich or Washington time, the difference of time or longitude was known. The little streams occupying the valleys, or canyons as they should be called, of this Arctic country are utterly insignificant compared with the depressions themselves. A great ditch-like break in the country from 2 to 5 miles wide and 10 to 30 miles long, the sides of which are vertical walls rising thousands of feet, may be the bed of a little brook that in summertime can be easily waded, and at other times of the year can hardly be seen under the universal mantle of snow. It was one of these that they followed in its windings. Here and there they would encounter very deep snow, and the sledge runners would stick on the beds of stone, requiring all their efforts to get under way again. In about an hour they came to a long, level area indicating Lake Catherine, which Lockwood had previously discovered and named when up near here in the launch, and then the view up the valley was unbroken as far as the glacier. Its terminal face could be clearly seen, looking like a little wall of ice 3 or 4 feet high, upon which one could readily step. Back of this, the surface gently ascended until lost in the snow-covered mountainside far beyond. The whole thing looked like a mass of barber's lather flowing slowly down a deep ditch. For some hours, Lockwood and Brainerd both thought there would be no trouble in getting sledge and dogs up the little face to the undulating and gradually ascending surface beyond. After proceeding some distance on the lake, Lockwood stopped the sledge, and with Brainerd went off to the right, ascending a low ridge that ran parallel with the lake and between it and the high cliffs on the north side of the valley. They found the top to be 400 feet high, and beyond was a wide ravine running down to the bay. There they saw the tracks of 3 musk oxen that had evidently passed along on their way toward the fjord, also many tracks of foxes, ptarmigan, lemming, and hare. Probably the chief reason for seeing so few animals, though so many tracks, was that the birds and animals, except the musk ox, are all pure white in color for 3/4 of the year. One might look at a hare or ptarmigan a few yards away and yet not see it. The lake called Catherine was found to be 3 or 4 miles long. At its farthest end, the ground was quite bare of snow in places, and everywhere the snow was hard and thin, so that they went along very rapidly. Every half hour, they thought, would bring them to the glacier, but the longer they traveled, the farther the glacier seemed to move away. When only a short walk from the glacier, as Lockwood thought, he stopped the sledge and with Brainerd went on ahead. The face seemed much higher than they had supposed it, but it was only after walking a mile that they realized what it was, a wall of ice, straight up and down, stretching a mile across the valley from side to side and nearly 200 feet high. After surveying this wonderful object, they returned to the sledge and pitched the tent, seeing no way of proceeding farther, and there they remained a day or two to get a good look at the surroundings before deciding upon the proper course to pursue. A decided fall in the temperature was quite noticeable, due doubtless to the proximity of the glacier. They got to sleep after a while, and during the day took a good rest, getting up in the afternoon. The twain went again to reconnoiter, leaving Frederick to hunt or amuse himself in any other way he chose. They went to the glacier wall again and followed along its foot to the south side of the valley. The wall was beautiful and imposing. From the top 1/3 of the way downward, the ice was of a charming green color and looked like glass. Below this came a white surface, in which small stones were numerous, embedded in the ice, with here and there streaks of a brownish color, like chocolate ice cream mixed with vanilla. A close approach showed that it was earth. At the foot of the wall, probably concealing a terminal moraine, was an undulating bank of snow, and over the upper edge of the wall hung wreaths of drifted snow that looked like the icing of cake. The ground, for some distance out, was strewed with blocks of ice and stone of all imaginable shapes and sizes. On reaching the corner of the glacier, a similar wall was seen extending up along its flank, abutting against an inclined plane of immense boulders and masses of rock, the debris from the cliffs above. The angle thus formed was full of large blocks of ice, many recently detached from the wall of ice. Traveling along the flank proved so difficult that they took to the incline and scrambled for some time over immense masses of rock and snow, often across deep cracks and openings concealed by the snow covering them. After gaining an altitude of several hundred feet, they reached something like a terrace formation from which they overlooked all the lower part of the glacier. It presented an undulating and gradually rising surface, extending up the valley 15 or 20 miles or more. Just opposite to them, a branch glacier came in from the north through a gap in the mighty cliffs. The slope of this branch in places was very precipitous, showing great rents and fissures. The surface of the glacier was free from snow, except here and there in what seemed little depressions in the ice. There was no way of climbing upon the glacier, much less of getting the sledge and dogs up. It would simply have been ascending a precipice of ice 200 feet high. To get upon it had been their original intention, although Frederick went through a pantomime at the time, which they did not exactly understand, expressing how a sledge would go faster and faster and finally shoot over the edge like a waterfall. Whether he ever had had such an experience in Greenland, he did not say, but he would never have had it more than once. Seeing no way of getting on or along the glacier except with the greatest labor, Lockwood proposed to Brainerd that they should ascend the cliffs and get an outlook from the top. It did not seem very far to the crest, and accordingly they started, but a more severe climb they had never had and hoped never to have again. It was a very steep incline of rocks and snow all the way up. When the barometer showed an elevation of 2,500 feet, Lockwood found himself on a ledge of rocks from which he could get neither up nor down for some time. Beneath him was a steep surface of frozen snow, falling on which he would have gone downhill like an avalanche. Brainerd had inclined more to the left, and, by following the side of a steep gully full of ice, had got ahead of him and out of sight. Finally, Lockwood reached what had long seemed the summit and stopped to rest. Presently Brainerd came in sight and said the top was about a mile off. Then they started together, walking over a gradually ascending surface like the top of a vast dome, covered with hard frozen snow and ice, and very smooth and slippery, giving them frequent falls, and at 4 a.m. reached the summit and viewed the country around for many miles. Being cold, they did not stay long, only long enough to take bearings by compass of several distant mountains to the south, snow and ice-clad peaks with many glaciers between. To the west the country was less broken, and seemingly was a lofty surface of snow and ice. They traced the glacier near the camp about 20 miles toward the west-southwest, when it, and the valley containing it, came to an end in a high mountain ridge. This wonderful feature of nature possessed great interest for Lockwood. The face of the barometer gave an elevation of the mountain or cliff on which they stood of 5,050 feet above the sea level. As their tent was only 300 feet above tide water, their climb had not been a small one. They descended the mountain readily, although they had to use hands as well as feet all the way down, in some places carrying with them a landslide of earth and stones. They were constantly deceived as to distances and heights. A headland on the fjord looked but a half-hour's travel away, yet it took 2 or 3 hours to reach it. So these cliffs, which looked from below like an easy climb, proved the highest and steepest in that benighted region. They got back to the tent after 13 hours of as hard work as they had yet experienced, and completely tired out. They took meridian observations for latitude, and then enjoyed a hearty meal of ptarmigan killed by Frederick during their absence. On the 2nd of May, they left their beds and had breakfast at about midnight. Found it snowing and unpleasant. Saw little else to do than retrace their steps to Ella Bay, and thence proceed around to Beatrix Bay and try to get inland from that place. Spent the day, however, in further reconnoitering, as Lockwood did not wish to leave before night. Brainerd went over to the northeast corner of the glacier, but found no way of proceeding in that direction, and after carefully studying the surroundings, Lockwood could see no means of getting on even with packs. Spent most of the day in taking observations, etc. Occasionally they heard a noise like thunder, caused by the falling in of sections of the great wall before them, more formidable than any to be seen in China. The ground at the foot of the wall was only a bed of a stream with blocks of ice, and here and there a big boulder. Everything was packed up and ready. They started down the stream again, examining several deep breaks in the cliffs to see if there was any prospect of flanking the glacier by means of one of them, but without success. There was no way of getting up even a short distance, except by leaving dogs and sledge behind and taking to the knapsacks, which was not then to be thought of. They got along without event and reached their old camp after midnight, pitching the tent farther toward the north side in order to see the sun when ready to take observations. Shortly after getting in, Frederick laid his whip down for an instant, and the promising dog Barker gobbled up all except about 6 inches of the butt end in much less time than it takes to mention the fact. The praises of Barker had been sung ever since his birth, and this was only one of the many tricks by which he proved his proficiency. Frederick quickly made a new lash, however, and gave it to Barker on the next march. On the 3rd of May, as they pushed their way onward, they took a series of angles and paced distances to get at the height of the tremendous cliffs near at hand. The result gave an altitude of 4,100 feet, which was almost vertical, the debris extending a third of the way up and not being quite so steep. They then followed the north shore to Record Point, and thence took a straight course for the head of Beatrix Bay. The cliffs were so grand that Lockwood never tired of gazing at them, wondering how they were first formed, and thinking what tremendous force of nature had scooped out the awful chasm that comprised the fjord. These walls, high as they were only 1/2 or 1/3 of the height of the great snow-colored elevations back of and beyond them. The appreciation of the grand in this region was frequently marred by fatigue and hunger, and so it was on the present occasion, Lockwood being glad enough when, at 1:30, they reached the head of Beatrix Bay. In the valley which they now entered, they concluded to spend another day. This one, like nearly all the valleys in this region, was simply a canyon, a narrow ditch-like formation walled in by steep, high cliffs. It was occupied as usual by a very insignificant stream, the successor of some mighty mass of water or ice which had originally hollowed out the great gorge. This and the head of Ella Bay were the farthest reached by Lieutenant Archer, R.N., who explored the fjord named for him to find out whether it was simply a fjord or a strait or channel, as the Polaris people had asserted it to be. His Mount Neville, 3,800 feet high, Lockwood looked for in vain as a regular head to the valley, and finally fixed it as one of the cliffs which, a little way back, rose slightly higher to a dome. Archer was a day making the ascent. Lockwood and Brainerd walked about 4 miles up the valley, and saw its termination nearly 6 miles beyond, when they retraced their course to camp, greatly disappointed in seeing no game except 2 or 3 ptarmigans. The valley seemed practicable for the sledge, and so, after considering 1 or 2 narrow and rocky gorges which came in from the west, they determined to follow it to its head, north-northwest, and then seek farther a route in the direction desired, which was west or southwest. As they proceeded, the weather became bright and clear, and the mercury was only 2 degrees below zero. They passed up the valley, leaving in cash for return 2 days' rations. The dogs were in excellent condition, and in spite of stones, went along very well. There was some ice in the stream bed, and of snow quite an abundance. above the farthest reached the day before, a small lake was discovered, a level expanse of snow with ice beneath. The lower part of the valley had two distinct elevations, the stream bed, a very easy grade, forming one, while along the stream extended broken terraces, termed shoulders, which from the cliffs projected out on either side, sometimes beyond the middle of the valley, which was from 1 to 3 miles wide. The breadth decreased as they ascended, and after several miles it was but a few hundred yards wide. At this point they suddenly came to a place where the valley seemed to run out, the whole breadth being a mass of rocks. Good traveling was seen beyond, however, and after working an hour doubling up, taking half load at a time, they got over, and shortly afterward the real end of the valley was reached. They then turned short off to the north, and going up a steep, rocky ravine, about midnight pitched the tent for further survey of the scene on the morrow. From this camp a low-looking hogback was seen to close in the head of the valley. They determined to ascend this and get a look at the country, it seeming certain that the big sledge could go no farther. After making some coffee as strong as it could be made, and drinking about a quart each to bolster up their spirits, the twain again started out, leaving Frederick to crawl into a sleeping bag or keep warm as best he might. They proceeded north up a rocky ravine about a mile, and then came to a level plain stretching northward some half a dozen miles farther, to a line of cliffs running across which seemed to indicate another valley or lake. To the right were 2 or 3 high dome-shaped elevations, and to the left was Mount Easy, so called afterward on account of the ease with which they had ascended it, and in contradistinction to Mount Difficult, the last they had ascended. They soon came to a pretty little lake, Lake Caroline, only a few miles long. This they crossed, and in places where the snow had been blown off, they could see down through the beautiful transparent ice, 7 feet in thickness, even to the stones on the bottom of the lake near the shore. This lake had an elevation of 1,100 feet above the sea. In 3 hours from camp, they reached the top of the mountain, an elevation of 2,720 feet, and had a good view. To the south, the country was very high, and several glacier walls came into view, probably connections of the glacier above Ella Bay. The Henrietta Nesmith Glacier, the Garfield Range, and the United States Mountains were plainly seen, and also the depression in which lay Lake Hazen. Snow and ice in every direction. The cliffs to the north of the camp were very conspicuous, but whether along a valley or lake they could not make out. They stayed on top 2 hours, and then descended the south side of the mountain through a deep ravine filled in places with snowdrifts, and lower down with stones and boulders. However, they went down very rapidly and got to camp in 2 hours. The cliffs to the north seeming to extend to the west, Lockwood decided to visit them and take that route. The only other feasible route was by way of the ravine they had descended from the mountain top. Shortly after midnight of the 7th, Frederick had the dogs and little sledge ready, and with nothing upon it but the shotgun, hatchet, and telescope, they all started. The dogs were irrepressible, and took the little sledge over the rocks in a way calculated to cripple all hands, for they had to run alongside and hold on to the upstanders to keep up. Occasionally a runner of the sledge would catch under a boulder and bring the sledge to a sudden standstill, the immense strain of the strong dogs threatening to break it. On reaching the lake, all 3 of the men managed to crowd upon the sledge, and the dogs went at a rapid trot over its smooth, level surface. Beyond Lake Caroline was a ravine leading toward the river, and there the dogs took to a gallop, and in an hour they reached a rocky height overlooking a long, wide valley walled in on the north side by high, precipitous cliffs, and on the south by heights of even greater elevation, but not so steep. There seemed no way, however, to get down. The watercourse from the lake here became a narrow gorge blocked with large boulders, the spaces between which were full of soft snow. It was not inviting, but they tried it, and in an hour reached the river bed, the descent being most laborious. Here they found themselves only 400 feet above the sea level, and turning to the right, went downstream in a northeastern direction, the barometer constantly showing that they were going downstream. En route, they passed over several small lakes formed by expansions of the stream. In many places, the ice was very thick and beautifully transparent. Several miles from Rocky Gorge, where they entered the river, they suddenly saw 4 musk oxen. Frederick, being very anxious for slaughter, was allowed to go after them, while Brainerd remained to watch the sledge and dogs, and Lockwood went off to the right to take some compass bearings. After a while he heard a shot from Frederick and saw one of the animals fall. The others did not seem at all frightened, but stood by their dead comrade until Frederick drove them away by throwing stones at them. The dogs became greatly excited, and going to where the dead game lay, a second ox having been killed, they gorged themselves with the entrails until there was danger of ruining their own. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Across Grinnell Land, Part 2. Having returned to the camp, Lockwood now projected a special trip westward of 12 days, and prepared his outfit as follows: shelter tent, sleeping bags, axe, sextant, etc., telescope, shotgun and ammunition, medicine, cook's bag, rubber blankets, small lamp, knapsacks, snowshoes, rations for 3 at 45 ounces each per day, and 1 sack of pemmican for dogs. Total 328¼ pounds. The large tent was left standing with the big sledge alongside and the American flag flying from the upstander. They got off at an early hour on the 8th, with the dogs in excellent condition. Much work was required to get over the rocks, but after that they proceeded satisfactorily until near the valley. This was found to be quite wide for a region where everything of the kind was more like a canyon than a valley in the ordinary sense. Its width was 2 or 3 miles, or perhaps in some places 4, and the general gradients of the stream bed, Dodge River, were very slight, perhaps 30 feet to the mile. Narrow, deep cuts in the cliffs and high ground around indicated tributary streams. Frederick having shot a hare and gathered up the other food, they proceeded on their way, traveling now over thick, clear ice and hard snow, with now and then patches of stones. the valley seemed to come to an end some 15 miles upstream, a range of high hills running directly across it. After various tribulations in exploring a side gorge, at midnight on the 10th of May, the party resumed travel up the valley. The condition of the sledge runners rendered it necessary to reduce the weight to the least amount possible. This doubtless pleased the dogs, for the driver had to restrain their ardor. Leaving the sledge to pursue its way along the base of the hills, Lockwood ascended a considerable elevation and obtained a good outlook over the country. He was very agreeably surprised to find at the farther end of a gap upstream an apparent prolongation of the valley in the same general direction. On either side of this prolongation was a range of low heights, while the intermediate surface looked very level, so level that he took it for a long lake. To the left, just outside the heights on that side of the valley, he could see at intervals a glacier wall, the north boundary of a great mer de glace. About 20 miles distant, the valley seemed again to be shut in by a range of hills, but over the tops of them, and at a great elevation on the distant horizon, he saw what seemed to be a snow bank. This he made his objective point. Passing onward through the gap, they came to a long and picturesque lake, which was named Lake Nan after an interesting niece, and coming to a place near the end of the valley, a break in the low heights to the left revealed the glacier they had before seen. Its surface was very distinct. Extending to the south a few miles, it soon reached an elevation that formed the horizon in that direction. It seemed a vast undulating surface, and, as was afterward discovered, is the backbone of Grinnell land. The wall of the glacier near which they camped presented a vertical face of solid ice 140 feet high. At intervals they heard the sound of falling ice, small fragments which became detached and dropped to the base. The altitude of this camp above the sea level was found to be 1,240 feet, and of Lake Nan 920 feet. That of their last camp was 685 feet, and of the first camp in the valley 420 feet. Passing onward, they crossed several small lakes close along the wall, with brooks emptying into them from the north. In a few hours they were on the divide, the surface to the north having more slope than that on the other side. The summit gave an elevation by barometer of 2,610 feet, about 400 feet higher than where they left the wall. They had an extensive view to the east, and could see Dodge River as far as they had explored it, also Mount Easy and the country adjacent. To the southeast, south, and southwest was seen the glacier, which was named after Agassiz. It formed the horizon for half a dozen miles in these directions. All the ice-capped country and glaciers seen from the former camps were found to be connected with and to form a part of this one glacier. Toward the north, the country had comparatively little snow. Presently they came in view of a mountain peak toward the northwest, not many miles distant, which was recognized as Mount Arthur, the farthest point reached by Lieutenant Greely during the previous year. Away beyond it were seen very distantly the United States and Garfield Mountains. Just to the west of Mount Arthur they discovered a large lake, which Lockwood named Lake Fletcher. They were now on a surface rapidly sloping to the west. some miles distant in this direction appeared a broken range of cliffs and mountains, and between their standpoint and these mountains was a wide valley, connected by a stream with Lake Fletcher, and a small lake close to the Chinese wall, which they called Lake Harry, the latter having an elevation of 1,320 feet. They crossed Lake Harry, and beyond it came to another called Lake Bessie, having an elevation of 1,630 feet and covered with deep snow. Reaching the cliffs to the west, they found the descent exceedingly precipitous and rugged. No other passage offered than that through a gorge which was filled with ice and hard snow, whose surface was almost perpendicular. As this was the only passage, they went into camp to devise ways and means. Next morning, Lockwood attached all the ropes he had, including dog traces, to the sledge, and while he rode to guide, caused the others to ease down the sledge. Unfortunately, the rope was too short, and those at the top let go. Gravity carried the sledge and rider down the foot of the slope, now somewhat reduced, with fearful rapidity, till they brought up against rocks covered with snow, fortunately without serious damage. The other men and dogs got down as best they could, the former digging footholds as they progressed. Further descending the canyon, they came to another glacier stretching entirely across their way, and as it seemed impossible to surmount it or the walls on either side, they came to a halt and enjoyed a night of rest. The next day they pushed on, though troubled with snow blindness, and overcoming the obstacle of the previous day, crossed a lake and encamped on its farther end. On the following day, after passing through a gorge, the outlet of the lake, between high cliffs, they were surprised to see a number of floebergs, similar in every respect to the floebergs of the East Grinnell coast. At the same time, they found the water to be salt, and saw the fresh tracks of a bear. These facts convinced Lockwood that they were near the Western Sea, probably at the head of a fjord. This soon became still more apparent. Here they also saw another glacier coming in some miles west of the last. They crossed a crack of open water formed by the tide and found themselves on well-recognized floe ice, quite level but covered in places with deep snow. Ahead of them, 20 miles distant, on the opposite side of the fjord, was a bold headland, and toward this they now directed their course. This fjord, which Lockwood named after Lieutenant Greely, separated at its head into 2 bays. These he called after Greely's daughters, Adola and Antoinette. The latter bay they were now crossing while they bore away to the north. It had become very foggy and was snowing and blowing hard. When some miles out, they crossed other bear tracks and finally reached the cape for which they had been striving. Here the south shore of the fjord bent off toward the west-southwest, being very wide and walled in on all sides by steep cliffs, broken in a few places by branch fjords or bays. They encamped at the cape on the 13th, had supper, and soon turned in to sleep as fast as long as possible, or until the storm abated, as the party was now reduced to what they called a starvation allowance. There was nothing to do but to make observations when the sun appeared. The mouth of the fjord at the north side was found to be about 40 miles off, but the snow was deep and soft, and they could not attempt it without rations, all of which was extremely provoking. The sun became dimly visible through a snowstorm, looking like a grease spot in the sky, but notwithstanding, observations were attempted for latitude and longitude, and many compass bearings were taken. At times, everything was shut out of sight excepting the nearest cliff. Brainerd feared they would have a very hard time in getting back, and Frederick evidently thought he was a long distance from Fort Conger, seeming rather down in the mouth. Soon after breakfast on the 15th, Lockwood and Brainerd started to ascend the cliffs near by, the weather having partially cleared. They did so by means of a ravine opposite the camp, and had hardly reached the top before the snow began to fall again and the wind to blow from the east. But notwithstanding, they saw a large glacier to the south, 20 or 30 miles away, and another to the northwest at about the same distance. The first was apparently an offshoot of the great Chinese wall already mentioned. They saw also a lofty range of mountains far to the north, running generally parallel with the fjord. The cliffs to the west shut out the mouth of the fjord, and before they could get far enough in that direction to see over them, the coming storm obscured almost everything. These cliffs were 2,140 feet high by the barometer and almost vertical. The driving snow now became very uncomfortable, and after going 3 miles westward, they concluded to return. En route, they found a number of fossils of what seemed to be trees, snakes, or fishes, Brainerd being the first to notice them. They also saw a ptarmigan, an owl, and some snow buntings, these being the only living objects observed. Reached the tent after 6 hours' absence, and found Frederick tramping around in the snow, not knowing what to do with himself. After supper, all 3 of the party with the sledge and dogs went an hour's journey toward the opposite shore of the fjord, 10 miles away. The sky was partially clear, and they got a very good view down the fjord, the telescope bringing into view another cape, Cape Lockwood. Between that and the cape on the north side, Cape Brainerd, they failed to see any land, though they examined long and carefully with the telescope. The fjord between those 2 capes was very wide. Several branch fjords, or what appeared to be such, were noticed. Cape Lockwood seemed to be on the farther side of one of these, or on an island. The country on both sides of the fjord was very elevated, that on the north side much broken, and that on the south, away from the fjord, apparently an ice-clad surface rising into immense dome-like undulations against the horizon. After a meager breakfast, they started on their return, finding the snow very deep and soft. The effect of short rations on the dogs was noticed. They saw 2 seals lying on the ice, which Frederick tried hard to shoot, but in vain. Lockwood was especially anxious to get a seal, for it looked as if they would have to kill 1 dog to save the remainder. After much trouble for want of food, they resumed their journey on the 17th, verifying at various points the observations that had been previously made in regard to the great ice wall and the lake over which they had already passed. On reaching the end of the lake, they began the ascent of the ravine. The snow at the head of the ravine was very soft and deep, and they had hard work to get through it. Arriving at the big snowdrift which they had descended with so much difficulty and danger, it became a question how to ascend, but they managed it by first cutting some steps and getting the dogs up, and then attaching them by long lines to the sledge below. Men and dogs together pulled the load up the almost vertical face. The party went into camp at the old place and decided to kill one of the dogs, yet very reluctantly, Frederick opposing it. Brainerd had suggested White Cooney, but Frederick named Button, a young dog. Button had eaten up his harness that morning, and this decided his fate. He was shot by Frederick, and soon the carcass was skinned and presented to his brethren. Old Howler at once seized a hind quarter, but the others did nothing more than smell the meat. They walked around it in a reflective mood, debating whether to yield to their hunger or to their repugnance. When the party awoke next morning, nothing remained of poor Button but some of the larger bones. On the 18th, Lockwood and Brainerd ascended a neighboring mountain and got a look at the country. The ascent was easy, and they gained the top in a short time, altitude 2,008 feet. From this point they could see the Chinese Wall stretching off to the southwest 40 miles, over hills and dales, as far as the glacier south of Fossil Mountain, although Lockwood could not recognize that particular glacier. The glaciers at the two ends of the lake, near Greely Fjord, were readily seen to be offshoots of the greater one, whose surface toward the south could be seen for several miles. In that direction, Lockwood took the bearings of several ice-capped mountains, one, as he thought, identical with a very high mountain seen to the south from Antoinette Bay. The Chinese Wall had the same general aspect everywhere, a vertical face of pure white or green ice, upward of 200 feet high, and extending across the country in a fashion he could liken to nothing else. From here Lockwood made a short excursion by himself to Lake Harry, discovered a number of other small lakes, and obtained the altitude of several localities. He returned to camp only to find the dogs in a bad way for food and a scarcity for himself and men. Resuming their course the next morning, after the dog Howler had performed the remarkable feat of stealing a piece of meat when it was cooking on the alcohol stove, they passed many of the localities they had seen before, but in some cases hardly recognized them on account of the flying snow. Making 2 marches in 24 hours, they reached their first camp and found the tent blown down, but the big sledge in its position, with the American flag flying over it as gaily as if in a pleasant and genial clime. The dogs were gratified with a good feast of pemmican, and the men themselves found it delightful once more to have a full supply of food. The next move was for Archer Fjord, by way of Beatrix Bay and Record Point. They crossed another lake, where, as once before, they could see the bottom through ice that was 7 feet in thickness, having revisited the north side of Musk Ox Valley, which was separated from the lake by a very low and narrow divide. Dodge River was seen bending off to the northeast toward Howgate Fjord. The surroundings were very picturesque, but barren and desolate in the extreme. They saw no signs of game, and even the poor, stunted vegetation of the region was wanting. Rocks and snow, with stretches of bare ground, composed the prospect. The lake alluded to above was about 12 miles long, a considerable sheet of water, and no doubt in summer would be an interesting place to visit, as places go in the Arctic regions. After camping, they proceeded along to the east of Murray Island, the weather cloudy and calm. Depot Point was revisited to look for the English rations, but nothing found. Having killed a seal, they took the meat and blubber along and camped about 10 miles from Bully's Lump, where they had a good feast of meat and liver. The latter was greatly relished, Brainerd making it into many dishes. On the 24th, they enjoyed their breakfast at midnight, Lockwood calling it a real midnight mass, as it was a black mass of seal liver, English meat, corned beef, potatoes, and hard bread, all cooked together in one stew, which was very good, notwithstanding its miscellaneous character. The comments of Lockwood in regard to the expedition and how matters were at the station were as follows. No such word has failed to write this time, I am thankful to say, but the happy reflection is mine that I accomplished more than anyone expected, and more than I myself dared hope, the discovery of the Western Sea, and hence the western coastline of Grinnell land. I have now the rather ponderous task of preparing a report, making a map, and writing out this journal from my notes. Tidal observations have been taken at Capes Baird, Distant, and Beechy, simultaneously, showing that the tides arrive at these places in the order named. This is very singular, as the previous expeditions into these parts established the tides as coming from the north. This agrees, however, with the order of their arrival at Cape Sumner, Gap Valley, and Blackhorn Cliffs, where I took observations in April. No more musk ox meat left. It ran out on the 20th inst, and hunting parties sent out April 25th saw nothing. I surmised as much from the absence of game on my trip, though Brainerd did not agree with me. 2 seals have been shot, but only 1 secured. I find the social relations of our room not improved, rather worse than better. Dr. P., though he shook hands and asked me several questions as to my trip, relapsed into silence which he seldom breaks. Lieutenant K. had but one question to ask. I often contrast ours with the pleasant relations of the English officers when here, and think how much happier we should be in following their example. As it is, I soon relapse into ennui and apathy. A sledge journey, with all its trials, is preferable to this. I view those ahead of us with indifference, as it will rid me of this forced association. Another winter would render me a maniac, or put me under a cairn. The spirits of the men seem good. The sun has revived them. Merry groups may be seen at any time on the sunny sides of the house. How often do I think of home, which now seems to me like a series of pictures or objects long since seen. How often of my dear father, whom may a kind Providence spare for many, many years. Both Brainerd and I lost a score of pounds weight on our late trip, but we are rapidly regaining our avoirdupois. My appetite is frightful, and nothing comes amiss. I want to eat every 3 or 4 hours. Fortunately, we have a supply of muskox beef on hand, having killed 3 recently, aggregating 400 pounds, to which are added many water and other fowl daily brought in. There was felt at one time some apprehension that our resource in this respect had disappeared, and fears were entertained of scurvy. The men seem to have fared so well that their appetites have become dainty. One would suppose that pork and beans were not staples at our army posts. Israel makes my farthest of the last trip, latitude 80 degrees 47 minutes, longitude 88 degrees 29 minutes. Hence, my explorations extend over 2.5 degrees of latitude and 38 degrees of longitude. Having plotted my western journey, and find that my farthest carries me far off the English map, I took latitude and longitude observations at every camp, and also frequent compass bearings. To reconcile all these is a task. Rice has taken a photograph of my corner, where I do all my work and also sleep. Have been reading the authorities on glaciers, and regret I did not inform myself better before going out, but perhaps that Chinese wall will make up for my shortcomings. Those rheumatic pains I had a year ago have returned and trouble me much. I must be moving again soon. Several of the dogs, becoming mangy, have been shot. Poor old Howler, whom we left on the ice floe, hoping he would recover and follow us, was found dead near the same place. Oh, the hours of misery I have spent in sleeping bags, kept awake by that howling brute, howling perhaps just because another dog looked at him. But for all his howlings and stealings, the ex-king was a good worker and did his duty, and that should be all required of any one, man or dog. May he rest in peace in the happy hunting grounds of the canine race. Frederick, I presume, will put on crepe for him. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Preparing for Home. Hardly had Lieutenant Lockwood reoccupied his corner long enough to get thoroughly rested and warm before we find him hard at work again and ready for any emergency. At the request of Lieutenant Greely, he undertook a task in which he himself feared that he manifested more zeal than discretion. Dr. Pavey, the natural history custodian of the expedition, having failed to render reports of the collections or properly care for them, was relieved soon after Lockwood's return from the West, and the department was transferred to Lockwood. With very little aid from the doctor, he made lists and secured the specimens from further injury, the men having shown much industry and zeal in adding to the collection. In the meantime, Fredericks, who was a saddler by trade, rendered good service by making for Lockwood and the men sealskin boots, which were of great use. And he also made himself useful by overhauling the sleeping bags and making new ones for the contemplated boat voyage to Littleton Island at a later day. Snyder had also made some wearing gear for use on board the relief ship. "What a change for us all," wrote Lockwood on the 3rd of June, "if we ever return home. And how much to talk about, and how much to hear. Just 2 years ago I left Baltimore on the Nova Scotia to join the Proteus at St. John's. Open water is reported in the straits near Cape Baird. How eagerly we watch for any change that may effect our release." On the 23rd of June, a party was sent up the Bellows for game and returned successful, having killed 8 muskoxen, 1 seal, and a few geese, all of which were duly brought in. Many waterfowl and ptarmigans were brought from other points, and then followed a grand dinner in honor of Dr. Pavey's birthday. To show the social relations of the officers, Lockwood says, "The only remark at dinner was a very sage one by myself, viz., that the sun was now on his way south, to which Lieutenant Greely assented. The men, all busy and all cheerful, Lieutenant Greely remarked that it did not look as if the gloom which their coming fate cast over the spirits of the men was quite as deep as Lieutenant Kislingbury thought it to be. "Another day gone," wrote Lockwood. "Another day nearer the end of our stay here. A miserable, gloomy day it is, too. Snow or snow mixed with rain all day, and last night it blew a gale from the right direction to clear away the ice, northeast. I think myself now in excellent condition for a hermit's life, having had 2 years' experience of a life not very dissimilar." On the 3rd of June, Lockwood made the ascent of an immense hogback north of the station. Hogback was the term used by the English to designate the oval-shaped elevations so common in this region, being neither mountain nor tableland, but immense undulations which, with more or less slope, rise 3, 4, or even 5,000 feet above the sea level. He was the first to ascend this one, and did so to view the country northwest of it, which he desired to explore. It was the highest of a series of ridges, half a mile or so apart, each just high enough to suggest the idea of its being the genuine top, but showing another beyond still higher. He pressed on, frequently resting, and finally did reach the top, and saw beyond the United States mountains in the distance. The view from this elevation, more than half a mile above the sea level, was superb. The straits seemed one solid mass of ice. The Greenland shore and Archer's Fjord were in full view. The whole land was made up of mountains. The 4th of July was celebrated by a game of baseball in which Lieutenant Greely took part, also the Eskimo, but they confined themselves to running after the ball. A good dinner followed, to which Lieutenant Greely contributed 4 bottles of Sauterne, but the doctor declined the wine and made a hasty meal. They also had a rifle match. Several of the men donned white shirts and other store clothes, metamorphosing themselves completely, flannel shirts with trousers and boots being the usual costume. On the same day, Lieutenant Greely issued an order directing Dr. Pavey to turn over to Lieutenant Lockwood all the medical stores, journals, and collections, the former having declined to renew his engagement, which had expired. On the 11th of July, Lockwood started with Brainerd on an exploration toward the northwest, with a view of reaching, if possible, the United States range of mountains. They carried an outfit weighing 100 pounds, or 25 pounds for each man at the start, as Henry and Beeterbick were to help them with the impedimenta for 1 day and then return. They went without sledge or tent, and carried only blanket, sleeping bags, a small lamp, and a few pounds of food, with instruments, snowshoes, etc. They soon reached the top of the hogback beyond Sugarloaf, and afterward the true hogback Lockwood had visited before, finding it 2,700 feet high. Thence they kept a north-northwest course toward a prominent glacier in the United States range, moving about parallel to North Valley Creek, which empties into St. Patrick's Bay. After traveling 14 miles, they camped, that is, selected as smooth and sheltered a spot as could be found, made some tea, spread out the sleeping bags, and crawled in. Henry and Beeterbick left the next morning, evidently well satisfied to forego the pleasures of this trip. Their departure rendered it necessary to reduce the load somewhat, which was done by leaving behind the snowshoes and rubber spread, trusting to luck to find a bare spot for their sleeping bag. After tramping through much wet snow, alternating with mud and stones, and getting their feet soaking wet, they came to two deep gorges close together, each occupied by a considerable stream of water. They crossed these and ascended a dome beyond, 3,000 feet high, and thence came to a still larger stream whose gorge was 1,000 feet deep. Here they stopped for the night after a tramp of 12 miles. The next morning the sky was overcast, with barometric indications of a storm, but they continued their way with reduced loads, having only one day's food left. Following the stream northwest a few miles, they crossed it and ascended a high elevation, from which the United States range could be very distinctly viewed, and then came to the conclusion that they had gone far enough. With the telescope they could see distinctly, about 20 miles away, the walls of the great glacier and its face 10 miles wide. In fact, the whole range was full of glaciers. The country intervening between them and the glaciers seemed comparatively level. At noon they started back and did not stop until the camping place of the night before was reached. Thence, after a drink of tea and something to eat, abandoning their sleeping bags, they made for their first camp, where had been left the rubber spread and one extra bag. The traveling was execrable, but they reached Fort Conger on the 14th, hungry, tired, and decidedly used up. On the 24th, preparations began for the proposed boat journey toward the south, on which they would start when the ice would permit. Lockwood, in obedience to a general order, prepared to take no clothing except what he wore, and the few pounds of his baggage would consist of his journal and other papers. He felt depressed and low-spirited, and totally indifferent as to the risks they were to encounter. The straits were reported clear of ice below Cape Lieber on the 26th, but the bay nearby was still full, though with many leads. Every preparation was made to leave on the 1st of August if possible, or as soon after as the ice would allow. The men fiddled and sang, and seemed in joyous spirits, and the hilarity was kept up by the dogs Rittenbank and Askham having a terrible fight, resulting in victory to the latter. The probable consequence was that Askham would now be king. Rittenbank went about with his head down and tail between his legs, a dethroned and friendless monarch. The usurper's reign, however, was likely to be a short one, as, on the party's leaving, the dogs would either be shot or left to starve to death. The 5th of August arrived, and the ship was the only thing talked about. Some of the men reported smoke down the straits, but it was soon found to be only water clouds or fog. In the midst of these excitements, Lockwood gave expression to the following feelings. As the time for moving approaches, I feel a singular apathy. If we had plenty of fresh meat and more good books, I could stand another winter here. Soon after, heavy winds from the south making great changes in the condition of the ice, active preparations were made for leaving. Lockwood writes, "I don't feel as though I was going away, much less toward the south. Have felt more stirred up on beginning a sledge journey." Tabulated statement of the distance traveled to Lockwood Island. Outbound. Fort Conger to Boat Camp. Advanced 48 miles. Traveled 67 miles. Additional miles traveled 157. Total 224 miles. Time advanced 21 1/2 hours. Traveled 28 1/4 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.23. Boat camp to seacoast, advanced 36 miles, traveled 86 miles. Additional miles traveled 25, total 111 miles. Advanced 18 3/4 hours, traveled 44 1/3 hours. Number of miles per hour, 1.92. Seacoast to Cape Bryant, advanced 37 1/2 miles, traveled 103 1/2 miles. Additional miles traveled 12, total miles 113. Advanced 21 1/2 hours, traveled 47 1/12 hours. Number of miles traveled per hour, 1.74. Cape Bryant to Cape Britannia, advanced 67 miles, traveled 118 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 118 miles. Advanced 32 hours, traveled 55 5/12 hours. Number of miles per hour, 1.87. Cape Britannia to Farthest, advanced 95 miles, traveled 95 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 95 miles. Advanced 39 2/3 hours, traveled 48 1/6 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.39. Total out. Advanced 267 1/2 miles, traveled 469 1/2 miles. 194 additional miles traveled, 701 total miles. Advanced 133 1/2 hours, traveled 223 3/4 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.07. Back. Farthest to Cape Britannia, advanced 95 miles, traveled 95 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 95 miles. Advanced 37 1/3 hours, traveled 41 3/4 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.52. Cape Britannia to Cape Bryant, advanced 60 miles, traveled 60 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 60 miles. Advanced 25 3/4 hours, traveled 28 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.33. Cape Bryant to Boat Camp, advanced 61 1/2 miles, traveled 61 1/2 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 61 1/2 miles. Advanced 27 1/4 hours, traveled 36 1/2 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.25. Boat camp to Fort Conger, advanced 48 miles, traveled 48 miles. No additional miles traveled, total 48 miles. Advanced 22 1/2 hours, traveled 28 1/3 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.13. Total back. Advanced 264 1/2 miles, traveled 264 1/2 miles. No additional miles traveled. Total 264 1/2 miles. Advanced 112 5/6 hours, traveled 134 2/12 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.34. Aggregate out and back. Advanced 541 miles, traveled 734 miles. Additional miles traveled 194 miles. Total 965 1/2 miles. Advanced 245 11/12 hours, traveled 357 5/6 hours. Number of miles per hour, 2.20. Aggregate out and back in statute miles. Advanced 623 miles. Total 1,069 miles. The word advanced, both here and in the journal, refers to the simple distance from camp to camp and the actual time occupied in making that distance, all stops deducted. The word traveled includes total number of miles traveled, the number of miles advanced added to those miles traveled in going back and forth in doubling up. The time corresponding refers to the whole time from leaving one camp to arriving at the next, all stops included. The additional miles refer to incidental journeys not numbered as marches. The rate per hour is computed from the distance and time advanced. The whole statement is confined to the dog sledge. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Homeward Bound. The time having arrived, the final orders were given for the Arctic exiles to make ready for the first stage of travel leading to their far-distant home. They were now to leave the station at Fort Conger and, as best they could, find their way to Littleton Island, where they hoped to meet a vessel that would take them back to Newfoundland. They were to depart in boats, viz. The steam launch Lady Greely, a whaleboat, an English boat of which they had come into possession, and a still smaller affair that might prove serviceable for special purposes. The journal kept by Lieutenant Lockwood after his departure from Fort Conger was written in shorthand, as always while in the field, and is a very complete record. In the following pages, only a brief summary of purely personal incidents will be attempted without presuming to give the phraseology of the youthful explorer. On the 9th of August, the little fleet pushed off from shore, laden with the 25 adventurers and a comfortable supply of provisions. They reached Below Island without much trouble, but afterward encountered a good deal of ice, and while working very hard to get through, Rice accidentally fell overboard, which was for him a poor beginning. The ice continued to be troublesome until the close of the next day, when the boats were so severely nipped that they had to be drawn up on the floe. Afterward, open water appearing all the way across the fjord, the launch and the other boats made a successful crossing nearly opposite Sun Bay. They reached the depot near Cape Baird at about 2 p.m., up to which hour, from the time of leaving Fort Conger, they had not been able to secure any sleep, nor anything to drink but cold water. Reaching Cape Lieber on the 11th in a snowstorm, they landed on a bluff about a mile from the cape, where they waited for the ice to move so that they might continue on their route toward the south along the western shore of the strait. The only animals seen in that vicinity were 2 narwhals fighting near the shore. The fog now became so very dense that no headway could be made, and this gave them an opportunity to obtain some needed rest. Their next advance was in the midst of a severe storm of wind and snow, in spite of which they reached Carl Ritter Bay on the morning of the 12th. The next morning, while they had open water near the shore, they discovered ice barriers extending to the south as far as they could see. At this point, a young seal was killed, which was greatly enjoyed by all of the party, but this luxury, in the case of Lockwood, was counterbalanced by the discomfort of sleeping on shore without any protection excepting that of his bag. He also spent several nights on a floeberg, where, by laying his sleeping bag on a sheepskin, he slept more comfortably. From the 13th until the 20th, when the party reached Rawlings Bay, It was a continual conflict with floating ice, snowstorms, and fog, the monotony of the struggle having been broken by an accident to the launch, and also one to Lieutenant Greely, who had a fall into the water, from which he was rescued without harm. At all the places where they encamped, they had great difficulty in securing a safe harbor for the launch. Having passed across Richardson Bay in safety and reached Cape Collinson, they found about 120 out of 240 English rations which had been deposited there, the missing portion having been eaten by the foxes. On the 22nd, they reached Scoresby Bay, where observations of the strait showed it to be full of floating ice, and in this vicinity they were brought to a halt by the ice pack near the shore at Cape John Barrow. Here the boats were pulled up on the floe, and as the thick sludge ice was all around, no open water in sight, and the supply of coal getting very low, the prospect was gloomy in the extreme. When able to continue on their course, the travelers were still greatly troubled by heavy fogs, and while passing over a space of open water abounding in floebergs, which could not be seen, they were in constant danger of being lost. Notwithstanding all these obstacles, they pushed their way onward, and in due time reached Cape Louis Napoleon, Cape Hawks, and Princess Marie Bay, when they were again stopped by the floating ice and detained by the newly formed ice. In his desire to comply with the order as to weight of baggage, Lockwood had left his sealskin coat at Fort Conger, but this step he afterward regretted, as the weather continued stormy, and he was greatly exposed to the cold. To this was added the misfortune of having a badly fitted sealskin boot, which gave him great pain, so that he had to resort to a pair of moccasins. When the boats were caught in floes and detained for days, the only exercise available was that of walking over the level floes. Some of the men were wont to march around under the light of the moon, singing aloud their wild and uncouth songs. When tired of walking, Lockwood would creep into a cozy corner of the launch and pore over a pocket copy of Shakespeare which he had fortunately brought along, and then, after getting into his sleeping bag, his thoughts would wander far away and find expression in such words as these: "What are they doing at home? How often I think of the dear ones there. The dangers and uncertainties ahead of us are only aggravated by the thoughts of the concern felt by them on my account. Most of us have given up the idea of getting home this fall." On the 3rd of September, while in the floe below Cape Hawks, Lieutenant Greely held a consultation with Lockwood, Kislingbury, Pavey, and Brainerd, expressing the opinion that their situation was critical, and that they were really working for their lives. One of the suggestions was that the launch should be abandoned, and further progress made in the smaller boats along the western shore of the strait. But to this Greely and the majority objected, still hoping that they might yet be able to reach Littleton Island through a lead or over the young ice. On the 6th, the hunter Jans killed his 4th seal, and was rewarded by a drink of rum. After 5 more days of travel, and while approaching Cocked Hat Island, there was a great excitement caused by the report that one of the men had heard the barking of dogs, whereupon guns were fired and a flag displayed. But all the commotion ended in nothing. The tides were contrary, the small boat was abandoned, and the outlook was very gloomy. The faithful Eskimo Frederick, who had latterly been somewhat unlucky as a hunter, now came to the front by killing a seal that weighed 600 pounds, receiving the usual drink of rum. On this occasion, Lockwood mentioned that he'd swallowed a cupful of the seal's blood and found it somewhat tasteless. On the 5th of September, the party, after great labor, came abreast of Victoria Head and Cape Albert, and while drifting along on the floe, the American flag was hoisted over the launch, and the fire under the engine was put out to save coal, Lockwood enjoying a little needed sleep. On the 7th, they came in sight of the coast extending from Alexander Harbor to Cape Sabine, and the impossibility of proceeding in the launch becoming apparent, it was decided to resort to sledge travel, 2 of the sledges to carry a boat each, and both of them to be drawn by the men. When they were fully prepared for moving, it was found that one of them weighed 1,700 pounds and the other 2,100 pounds. Owing to the various difficulties which soon beset the travelers, they were obliged to abandon one of the boats, whereby it became necessary to retrace several sections of the journey for the purpose of bringing on the extra supplies, thus adding greatly to the fatigue of the men. Lockwood now expressed his doubts as to whether he would live to write out his notes, and also his fears that the floe upon which the party then were might take them down into Baffin's Bay. Not only were they at the mercy of the floe, but the currents were contrary, sludge ice abundant, and their supply of food reduced to seal blubber, bread, and tea. At one time, strange to say, their position in the straits was directly north of Littleton Island and nearer the Greenland coast than that of Grinnell Land. It now seemed to Lockwood that there was nothing ahead of them but starvation and death, and yet the men kept up their spirits in a manner that greatly surprised him. One of the floes upon which they had drifted for many days, when found to be cracking in 1 or 2 places, caused the party to move upon another nearer the shore, and in a short time the floe previously occupied was entirely broken up. On the 29th of September, the floe on which they were floating finally touched another toward the west, and that another connected with the shore, by which means they were enabled to reach the land, very thankful to be in a place of security once more. The locality was really a rock forming a promontory between 2 glaciers, and thought to be about 13 miles directly south of Cape Sabine. To that place a reconnoitering party was at once sent, but the cape could not be reached on account of open water near it, and the party was compelled to return. In the meantime, arrangements were made for building out of stones and ice the necessary huts for protection during the coming winter, should it be their fate to remain there. While this work was progressing, it was decided that the daily rations would have to be reduced. Lockwood expressed the opinion that they had only 3 chances for their lives. First, the chance of finding an American cache at Cape Sabine. Secondly, a chance of crossing the straits, here 35 miles wide, when their provisions were gone. Thirdly, the chance of being able to kill enough game for their support during the winter. A second effort was made by Rice and a party to reach Cape Sabine, which was successful. They not only brought news about the wreck of the Proteus, but also a copy of the Army Register for 1883, in which appeared Lockwood's name as a first lieutenant. Rice also succeeded in discovering the English cache with 240 rations, the cache left by the Neptune in 1882, and the stores brought from the wreck of the Proteus in 1883, all of which information was hailed with delight by the party. Among the stores left by the Proteus, a newspaper slip was picked up, from which was gathered the news that President Garfield had died, that the Jeannette had been lost, and that serious apprehensions were felt in the United States about the fate of the Greely Expedition. This latter intelligence gave Lockwood great pain, seeming almost prophetic, except in the remark, lying down under the great stars to die, and induced him to make this record. This article gives me great pain because of the alarm and sorrow which must be felt by my dear father and mother and sisters on my behalf. Should my ambitious hopes be disappointed, and these lines only meet the eyes of those so dear, may they not in thought add to my many faults and failings that of ingratitude or want of affection in not recording more frequently my thoughts regarding them. One of the results of the trip made by Rice to Cape Sabine was the selection of a spot between the Cape and Cocked Hat Island for a home during the approaching winter. Here, officers and men alike laboring, a new hut was built, which was forthwith occupied by the party, all the supplies being at once brought from the camp south of Cape Sabine. The place where they now found themselves established, Lieutenant Greely called Camp Clay, in honor of one of the party, a grandson of Henry Clay, who had been attached to the expedition until it reached Lady Franklin Bay, whence he returned home on account of his health. As soon as the new hut was occupied, the announcement was made that 6 of the party were on the sick list, but shortly afterward, and notwithstanding the deplorable condition of affairs, Lockwood recorded the following in his journal. We are now all in comparatively high spirits, and look forward to getting back to the United States with a great deal of certainty. We shall have to live on half rations or less until April, and there will be shortness of fuel. Many hardships are obvious, but we all feel sound again. On the 23rd of October, 12 of the party went from Camp Clay upon a visit to Cape Sabine, and while some of them opened the English cache at the south side of Payer Harbor, Lockwood built a cairn there and deposited under it, among other things, the records of the expedition, with a note in lead pencil to the following effect. October 23, 1883. This cairn contains the original records of the Lady Franklin Bay expedition, the private journal of Lieutenant Lockwood, and a set of photographic negatives. The party is permanently encamped at a point midway between Cape Sabine and Cocked Hat Island. All well. J.B. Lockwood, 1st Lieutenant, 23rd Infantry. On their way back to Camp Clay, Dr. Pavey met with an accident to one of his feet, and while most of the party went on, Lockwood and Ellison remained behind to look after him. When night came on, they lost their way, stumbling and floundering over the rubble ice until overcome by fatigue and hunger, but were revived by a limited mutton stew on their arrival at the camp. One of the results to Lockwood of his Samaritan conduct was an accident to one of his knees, which gave him trouble for several days and prevented his being as useful as he desired in contributing to the comfort of the party. It was about this time that Lieutenant Greely declared his intention of reducing the rations all assenting, so that they might last until the 1st of March, and this fact, added to the discovery that some of their meat was far more bony than it should have been, caused some consternation. Cold, dampness, darkness, and hunger continued to be their hourly and daily portion, the allowance of food being only about 1/4 of what they actually needed. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Final Catastrophe. While the following pages will contain necessarily brief notices of the life of the party during an entire winter, they must conclude with the record of the great calamity which befell the band of heroes. Shortly after they found themselves seated for a campaign of idleness, as they expected it to be, Lockwood was again confined to his sleeping bag on account of an injury to his feet which had not been properly protected, his discomforts being aggravated by the reflection that both provisions and fuel were beginning to reach a low tide level. The constant hunger which was experienced by all hands went far to make their circumstances dismal and depressing, while the only entertainment that could be provided was the reading aloud by one of the men of a story and some newspaper scraps which Rice had picked up at Cape Sabine. A little excitement was afforded by a lottery for the distribution of some clothing and 2 mattresses which had been brought ashore from the Proteus, one of the latter falling to the lot of Lockwood. And now came a proposition for a sledge expedition, not to discover islands, glaciers, fjords, and prominent capes, but to go after the abandoned whaleboat which had floated down with the floe. This must be broken up and used for fuel. Then followed another expedition, occupying not less than 8 days, to Cape Isabella, to obtain 100 pounds of preserved meat left there by the English. Feeling the want of exercise, Lockwood occasionally took a long walk, and on one occasion was so hungry when he returned that he could not wait for the regular evening meal, but fastened upon a lot of mouldy potatoes which had been abandoned, and with these filled his stomach, almost expecting that the feast would cause his death. Some of the men went still further, for when a blue or a white fox was killed, even the entrails of the animal were devoured. Food was the constant subject of conversation with all the party. What they would be able to get, what they had enjoyed in former years at their distant homes, and what they expected to enjoy after their return from the north. Not only were their supplies getting lower day by day, but the only warm thing they could now afford was a cup of tea, excepting on Sunday, when they had a little rum with a bit of lemon. On the 25th of November, the sun disappeared from view, not to be seen again until the following February, and now the gloom of the time and place was greatly increased. On that day, Lockwood recorded in his journal the following: I have intended writing a letter home recounting my experiences since leaving Fort Conger, but so far the discomforts of this life have prevented me. It is difficult to get the blubber lamp for more than a few minutes during the day, and sometimes it cannot be had at all. The lamp is blown out every evening when we are ready to retire, which is generally about 8 o'clock. Nor were their troubles in any way alleviated by the discovery that one of the men had been seen or was suspected of visiting the storeroom to fill himself with food, especially despicable thieving. The expedition to Cape Isabella resulted in finding food, which, however, was abandoned in returning, as one of the men, Ellison, became very sick and had his hands, feet, and nose frozen. He was brought home by a relief party in a helpless condition. Lockwood and the other men of the party, having completely worn themselves out by exposure to the cold and hard work, as it was feared that the men would become insane if they did not stop talking about food, Lieutenant Greely began to deliver some lectures on the geography of the United States and their natural productions, and this was followed by miscellaneous discussions in regard to places for business. Whistler, for example, praised the city of Independence in Kansas as a splendid place. Long said he was going to set up a restaurant at Ann Arbor in Michigan. Fredericks would follow suit at Minneapolis in Minnesota, while Jewell counted upon a grocery store in Kansas. After commenting about the terrible weather, Lockwood gave expression to the following: "These short rations make me feel the cold dreadfully. It is a constant effort to keep one's hands and feet comfortable, or even comparatively so. I find my spirits first up and then down. Sometimes, when I think of the months before us of this life of misery and suffering, I do not see how we can possibly pull through. At other times I feel much more hopeful, but this is a life of inexpressible misery." For several days before the arrival of Thanksgiving Day, a great feast was anticipated, and on that day enjoyed, including a favorite dish called by them "son of a gun," composed of bread, raisins, milk, and a little blubber. Nor did the exiles omit the reading of a few chapters from the Bible. In the evening, Lockwood entertained the party with his experiences as a farmer at Annapolis, all being interested, and he wound up by inviting the whole of the company to assemble there and enjoy a dinner with him on the next Thanksgiving Day, the said dinner to be composed in part of roast turkey stuffed with oysters and eaten with cranberries. In return for this compliment, each one of the audience invited Lockwood to partake with him of a feast after their return home, and expatiated with great gusto on the dishes that he proposed to have served. The promise made by Lynn was a roasted turkey, Ralston hot hoe cake, Ellis spare rib, Long pork chops, Biederbick old regiment dish called Buffers, Connell Irish stew, Bender a roasted pig, Snyder tenderloin steak, Brainerd peaches and cream, Frederick black cake and preserves, Sailor veal cutlets, Whistler flapjacks and molasses, Jewell roasted oysters on toast, Rice clam chowder, Israel hashed liver, Gardner Virginia pone, Ellison Vienna sausage, Pavey pâté de foie gras, Henry Hamburg steak, Kislingbury hashed turkey, chicken, and veal, Greely Parker House rolls, coffee, cheese, omelet, rice, and chicken curry. It was after this jolly discussion of imaginary good things that the party sat down to a stew of seal blubber and nothing more. The next day Lockwood partook of his first dish of sealskin, which he found as hard to digest as it was difficult to swallow. On one occasion, when nearly all were asleep, a scratching noise was heard upon the roof, and it was ascertained that a blue fox was trying to make entrance. The same night the ears of the sleepers were saluted by a loud roar, caused by the ice moving down the straits, a sound most terrible to human nerves. At one time, after Lockwood had expressed his gratitude for enjoying warm feet for a whole night, he resumed the subject of food, and then penned the following: "My mind dwells constantly on the dishes of my childhood at home. Oh, my dear home and the dear ones there! Can it be possible I shall some day see them again, and that these days of misery will pass away? My dear father, is he still alive? My dear mother and sisters, Harry and my nieces and brothers-in-law, how often do I think of them? Only 3 days more to the top of the hill," alluding to the longest night or winter solstice. "As to my bread, I always eat it regretfully. If I eat it before tea, I regret that I did not keep it. If I wait until tea comes and then eat it, I drink my tea rather hastily and do not get the satisfaction out of the cold meat and bread I otherwise would. What a miserable life, where a few crumbs of bread weigh so heavily on one's mind! It seems to be so with all the rest. All sorts of expedients are tried to cheat one's stomach, but with about the same result. By way of securing the idea of a warm piece of meat, I sometimes pour upon it a bit of my hot tea, but the effort proves futile." On the 21st of December, the day Lockwood had long been anticipating with pleasure, he expressed his gratification in these words: "The top of the hill, the most glorious day of this dreary journey through the valley of cold and hunger, has at last come, and is now nearly gone. Thank God, the glorious sun commences to return, and every day gets lighter and brings him nearer. It is an augury that we shall yet pull through all right. In view of his ultimate fate, how unutterably touching are these words." Before the close of that day, however, he made another record in his journal, which forcibly illustrates their deplorable condition, as follows: "Had a good fox stew this evening. By a great effort I was able to save 1 ounce of my bread and about 2 ounces of butter for Christmas. I shall make a vigorous effort to abstain from eating it before then. Put it in charge of Beeterbick as an additional safeguard." Among the entertainments enjoyed by the party were lectures by Lieutenant Greely on the several states of the Union. After one of them on Louisiana had been delivered, Lockwood added to it an account of his trip from Baltimore to Texas, and that from New Orleans to Cincinnati, all of which narrative was well received. For several days before Christmas, all were eagerly looking forward to the grand forthcoming dinner and talking about it, a number of them, like Lockwood, saving up a part of their scanty daily allowance for the occasion. Lockwood mentioned that when he proposed to exchange the promise of a fine Christmas dinner on their return home for a piece of dog biscuit delivered at once, he found no one ready to accept his liberal offer. The Christmas dinner was similar to that on Thanksgiving Day. Various songs were sung, and at the close of the feast, hearty cheers were given for Lieutenant Greely, Corporal Ellison, Rice the photographer, and the 2 cooks. On Christmas night, all the party enjoyed a refreshing sleep, and the next day there was much talk about the distant homes and friends. Lockwood was greatly pleased to learn that his comrades had formed a high opinion of his father from what Greely and he had occasionally told them, and while describing the family reunions in Washington, he was affected to tears for the first time during his northern campaign, excepting when Rice had come from Eskimo Point with the Garlington records, when his tears were the result of gratitude. In a region where eating had become preeminently the chief end of man, it is not strange that the business of marketing should have become popular. How it was managed may be gathered from the following paragraph. Today has been a market day, everybody trading rations, bread for butter, meat for bread, bread for soup, etc. A great deal of talking done, but not many solid trades made. I traded about half of my tomorrow's son of a gun for about 8 ounces of bread. Then I gave Brainerd 1 ounce and a half of butter for 2 dog biscuits, but my trading did not prove profitable. As for New Year's Day, it came and departed without any special demonstrations. The son of a gun was enjoyed by all parties. Many of the ice-bound hearts were warmed by memories of home, and Greely and Lockwood had a long talk about the condition of affairs and the prospects for the future. The business of trading among the explorers being discouraged, did not long continue, but was succeeded by some other importations from civilization, viz., the taking of property of other people without leave or license. A report was made to Lieutenant Greely that someone had taken 1/4 pound of bacon left in the stearine by the cook, also that a barrel of bread had been broken open and 2 pounds taken away. This proved that the bears and the foxes were not the only thieves to be found in the Arctic regions. The man suspected of the deed was closely watched and had a narrow escape from being properly punished. On the 10th of January, the case of poor Corporal Ellison was again brought up for discussion and prompt action. It had been hoped that his frosted feet would be restored to their normal condition, but this was not to be, for they were both amputated by nature, and 2 of his fingers besides. Strange to say, this was accomplished without his being aware of what was taking place. So little vitality remained in these parts. When we recall the suffering of this man in connection with his surroundings and his distance from the comforts of home, we must conclude that the stories of fiction cannot eclipse the wonders of actual life and experience. What a combination there of cold and hunger, bodily pain and mental anguish, darkness and perpetual storms! As we pass over the daily records made by Lockwood in his journal at this particular time, we find food and the dangers of starvation to be the absorbing themes. It seems strange, in a land of ice and snow, there should have been any apprehensions about a sufficient supply of drinking water, but this was the case, and the fact came home to the exiles when they found that their supply of tea had to be reduced to half a cup per man. Good water was not only scarce, but could not be obtained from the neighboring lake, their sole dependence, without great toil in chopping away the ice. They had the ice, of course, but there was not sufficient fuel to reduce it to a liquid. As they could keep warm only by remaining in their sleeping bags, the manner of visiting each other was simply to exchange sleeping bags, and thus when Lockwood wanted to have a talk with Greely, one of the companions of the latter would exchange bags with the visitor. On the 18th of January, another cloud was thrown upon the party by the death of Cross. He died of a kind of heart disease, induced, it was supposed, by intemperance in drinking. For several hours before his death, he uttered low moans which seemed a kind of echo from the grinding of the far-off ice fields. His remains were enveloped in coffee sacks, and an American flag, and deposited in a stony grave near the neighboring lake, the only funeral remarks having been made by Lieutenant Lockwood. On the 21st, Lockwood had a talk with Greely about his own health, said he was very weak and had been so for 2 weeks, but had not mentioned it for fear of depressing the men. He could not account for it, and concluded by saying that if he should not be well or better when the time came to make the contemplated passage of the straits, he desired to be left behind with his share of the rations, and then be sent for from Littleton Island. To this Greely replied that he would never harbor such an idea for a single moment, that he would never abandon a living soul. On the 2nd of February, Rice and Jans started to test the passage of the straits, hoping to reach Littleton Island, where they expected to find some provisions or a relief ship. But, alas, they were stopped by open water and not successful, though they traveled about 50 miles up and down the floes and were absent 4 days. Owing to the bad weather, they did not even get a glimpse of the coast of Greenland. All were greatly disappointed, and some felt that death from starvation was staring them in the face, and yet they found some relief in the increased light preceding the reappearance of the sun. Lockwood, who now became despondent and apathetic, endeavored to peer into the future and wondered whether his bones were really to be left in the Arctic regions. He mourned over the fact that he had not been as good a son and as kind a brother as he might have been, and hoped that the dear ones at home would remember him as he wished to be, and not as he had been. As to the end, he hoped it would come soon, whatever it might be, and he declared himself possessed by a feeling of indifference to hunger, cold, and gloom, all of them enemies of existence. After mourning over the approaching fate of Ellison, he recorded those touching words: "How often I think of the dear ones at home, the Sunday evening reunions, and all the bright and happy pictures that present themselves. My dear, good old father, may he look with charity on my many shortcomings. My dear mother and sisters and Harry, brothers-in-law and nieces, I trust that they are well and happy, and if I do not pull through this, will learn to look on my memory kindly." An allusion that he now made to his companions in suffering was to this effect: "The party presents a bold front, and is not wanting in spirit. If our fate is the worst, I do not think we shall disgrace the name of Americans and of soldiers." The attempt of Rice to cross the straits to Littleton Island was heroic in the extreme, and his pluck was further exemplified by a proposition that he submitted to Greely to make a second effort to cross the straits, and that too unattended by any companion, but the idea was not sanctioned. On the 22nd of February, strange to say, a raven made its appearance in the vicinity of the Arctic camp, but was not killed, although it might have been enjoyed at the forthcoming dinner. It must have been a great relief to some of the party that it disappeared without uttering its dreadful cry, "Nevermore," as translated by the poet Poe. On the 27th, not knowing what might happen to him, Lockwood wrote the following in his journal: "The chronometer in my pocket is the one used on the trip to 83 degrees 24 minutes and on all my trips in this region. My intention is to bury it, but in case I do not get back, I would have it purchased and kept in the family." When the sun first made its appearance above the horizon, as it carried his mind away to his far distant home, he gave expression to this emotion. "Oh God, how many years of my life would I give to be there?" Every day, observations were made from neighboring elevations to ascertain the condition of the straits separating them from the Greenland coast, which was distinctly visible in clear weather. Hoping without hope to see it frozen over from shore to shore, but the lateness of the season precluded all reasonable expectation of such a result, and the daily reports of open water were depressing in the extreme. On the 13th of March, the announcement was made that the supplies of coffee, chocolate, and canned vegetables were all exhausted, and that henceforth they would have to depend almost entirely on pemmican, bacon, bread, and tea, all of which, though given in 1/3 rations only, would not last for more than a month, thus leaving them without supplies to cross the straits in the event of a satisfactory freeze. In view of all these circumstances, it is impossible to imagine how they could quietly continue their preparations for a journey to the supposed goal at Littleton Island. Surely the hope which inspired the sufferers was eternal and supreme in its strength and pathos. "The straits," said Lockwood, "are open, and I see no prospect of their freezing so that we can get across. Of course, I hope to the contrary, for this means death if we can find no game here." On a subsequent day he writes as follows: "We look to the end with equanimity, and the spirits of the party, in spite of the prospect of a miserable death, are certainly wonderful. I am glad as each day comes to an end. It brings us nearer the end of this life, whatever that end is to be." On the 23rd of March, the last of the regular fuel was exhausted, and the food was so nearly gone that the men actually began to collect their sealskin clothing and footgear for any emergency that might happen. Game was not only scarce, but the men were getting almost too weak to endure a hunt. To avoid long tramps, which were sure to be unsuccessful, they turned their attention to shrimp fishing. But as one man could only get 3 pounds in one day, the prospect in this direction was not hopeful. During the month of March and the early part of April, there was nothing to be done by the able-bodied members of the party but to try to secure some game, the only incidents occurring to interrupt the monotony being the deaths of the Eskimo Frederick Christensen and Sergeant Lynn. The former had been complaining for a week or more, but nobody thought him in danger, and he died unexpectedly. Lockwood's tribute to him was to this effect: "He was a good man, and I felt a great affection for him. He constantly worked hard in my service, and never spared himself on our sledge trips. His death makes me feel very sorrowful." He was buried by the side of Cross near the lake. The death of Lynn was also unexpected. He fully appreciated his condition and gave some directions regarding his last wishes. He was much liked and highly spoken of by all. After the burial service had been read at the house by Lieutenant Greely, his remains were also placed by the lakeside with those of Cross and the Eskimo. The drama was about to close, the curtain already falling upon the band of heroes, and their hearts, though stout and brave, still like muffled drums were beating funeral marches to the grave. The phantom of starvation, which had long been following them over the ice and snow, and dallying with their hopes and fears as they lay in their comfortless camps, had now become a terrible reality, determined to assert all his powers. 3 of the victims were already under the snow, and were soon followed by several others, including the one who had directed them in many of their duties and befriended them in trouble, and whose honored name, attached to a noted island and a famed headland in the Arctic world, will be forever remembered with pride and affection by his countrymen. The concluding paragraph in Lieutenant Lockwood's journal was written on the 7th of April, 1884, and alludes to the sickness and death of his 2 comrades. In the last allusion he makes to himself, he speaks of his excessive weakness and of the fact that he could not rise from his sleeping bag without great difficulty. His death occurred 2 days afterward. Having been permitted to examine an elaborate and interesting journal kept by Sergeant Brainerd, a few notices relating to the closing days and the death of Lieutenant Lockwood are reproduced as follows. January 12, 1884. Lieutenant Lockwood is very weak. He has been saving the greater portion of his bread and meat for several days, and talks to himself about food. He frequently looks intently at the lamp and requests that it be kept burning all night. January 20th. Lieutenant Lockwood is growing weaker and weaker. He said to me a few days ago, "Brainerd, I have lost my grip," meaning that he had lost his last hope of life. January 24th. Lieutenant Lockwood seems to be in better spirits today. January 28th. The doctor said today that if Lieutenant Lockwood did not brace up, he would never recover. January 30th. Lieutenant Lockwood is growing steadily weaker and talks but seldom now. I wish he would try to be more cheerful. February 15th. Lieutenant Lockwood is better, but does not improve so rapidly as I would wish. April 4th. The rations of Lieutenant Lockwood and Lynn have been increased to 1/4 of a dovekie each per day. April 5th. I am afraid that Lieutenant Lockwood and Lynn will soon follow the faithful Eskimo who has just died. They cannot, or they will not, eat shrimps any more. Although they are both given an extra allowance of dovekie, it is not sufficient to restore them. April 7th. Lieutenant Lockwood and Jewel will soon follow Lynn. They are very weak and failing rapidly. April 8th. Lieutenant Lockwood fell in a faint in the alleyway, and much difficulty was experienced in resuscitating him. April 9th. Lieutenant Lockwood became unconscious at an early hour this morning, and at 4:20 p.m. he breathed his last. His end was painless and without a struggle. This will be a sad and unexpected blow to his family, who evidently idolized him. To me it is also a sorrowful event. He had been my companion during long and eventful excursions, and my feelings toward him were akin to those of a brother. Biederbeck, who was with him at the last moment, and I straightened his limbs and prepared his remains for burial. It is the saddest duty I have ever been called on to perform, and I hope I may never experience the like again. A few days prior to his death, he had spoken of writing to his family, but owing to his weakness, had deferred the matter until too late. April 10th. The last sad rites were performed over the remains of our late comrade, and he was interred with the others on Cemetery Ridge. Lieutenant Greely reading the Episcopal service. To the above may be added the following remark made by Brainerd in regard to his friend Lockwood. The lieutenant was buried in an officer's blouse. It affected me deeply to pass his grave, as I thought of the leader of our little party which had carried the Stars and Stripes beyond the English Jack. But this feeling soon wore away, and as I had so many other horrible things to occupy my mind, I became somewhat indifferent. But wholly indifferent he could not be, even when he saw two men in one sleeping bag, one of them a corpse, and the other too weak to assist in pulling the body out for burial. Another and most touching reference made by Brainerd to the burial place of his friend Lockwood occurs in his journal under date of May 31st, 1884, and is as follows. In my daily journeys across Cemetery Ridge, it was but natural at first that my reflections should be sad and gloomy. Here lie my departed comrades, and to their left is the vacant space where in a few days my own remains will be deposited if sufficient strength remain to those who may survive me. The brass buttons on Lieutenant Lockwood's blouse, worn bright by the flying gravel, protruded through the scanty covering of earth which our depleted strength barely enabled us to place over him. At first these dazzling buttons would awake thoughts of those bright days spent at Fort Conger, of the half-forgotten scene of his death, and of the universal sorrow that was felt at his departure. But later my own wretched circumstances served to counteract these feelings, and I would pass and repass this place without emotion and almost with indifference. The food had been almost entirely exhausted during the first few days of April, and it was impossible to obtain any game or rations from distant caches. An effort made by Rice to secure certain provisions that had been abandoned on a former expedition in order to save the life of Ellison when frozen resulted in his own death, breathing his last in the arms of Fredericks, his only companion, who buried him in a lonely, ice-made grave. Nor were the horrors of the situation lessened by the discovery that the man Henry had been guilty of stealing their food, for which, after ample warning, under orders from Lieutenant Greely, he was summarily shot, according to the law of self-preservation. His remains were not deposited in the cemetery, but by themselves in a place nearby. The total number of deaths out of the 25 composing the complete party of explorers was 19, and while 12 of them were buried at Camp Clay, the remainder, like the lamented Rice, were buried elsewhere or where they died. Jans was lost in his kayak. During a discussion that occurred about the final disposition of the dead, Lieutenant Greely expressed the wish that the remains of his men might be left undisturbed. They had died, he said, beneath Arctic skies. Arctic desolation witnessed their sufferings, heard their cries of anguish. They are buried in Arctic soil. Let them lie where they fell. Lockwood told me that he wanted to rest forever on the field of his work. Why disturb them? Why not respect their wishes? Before closing this chapter, it seems proper that an allusion should be made to alleged cannibalism at Camp Clay. The writer of this was informed by Sergeant Brainerd that such might have been the case, but that not a single one of the survivors had ever known or witnessed anything of the kind. So far as Lieutenant Lockwood was concerned, it was positively established by unimpeachable testimony that his remains were not mutilated in the least degree. when carefully carried with all the others on board the ship that was to bring them to the United States, his remains were perfect in every respect, and of this his father has the assurance of those who saw them. In view of the fact that Sergeant David L. Brainerd accompanied Lieutenant Lockwood in all his explorations, it seems only proper that a notice of his life should appear in this volume. He was born in Norway, Herkimer County, New York, December 21st, 1856, his parents having come from Massachusetts. His father was of French extraction and his mother of English stock. He attended a district school until his 11th year, when he removed with his family to Freetown, Cortland County, New York, where he attended the State Normal School. On the 18th of September, 1876, he enlisted at New York City in the regular army, being assigned to Company L, 2nd Cavalry, then stationed at Fort Ellis in Montana Territory. He joined his troops later that year after an arduous journey of 500 miles on horseback from Corinne, Utah. In the following spring, he participated in the Indian campaigns under General Miles along the Yellowstone River and its tributaries, and was wounded in the face while in action with the Sioux at Muddy Creek, Montana, May 7, 1877. In August of the same year, he was selected as one of 4 men to act as escort to General Sherman and party in their tour through the national park. In October following, he was made a corporal, and in July 1879 was promoted to be a sergeant. He was frequently in charge of parties in the field on detached service, and was entrusted with important missions by his commanding officers. Lieutenant Dunn, 2nd Cavalry, recommended him for detail on the Howgate Polar Expedition in May 1880, Brainerd visiting Washington for the purpose. The enterprise having been abandoned, he was ordered back to his regiment at Fort Assiniboine on Milk River early in the spring of 1881. Lieutenant Greely requested his detail on the Lady Franklin Bay expedition, and on his arrival in Washington, appointed him first sergeant of the expedition, which position he held during the 3 years of Arctic service. On the 1st of August, 1884, he was transferred with the rank of sergeant to the United States Signal Corps, having always acquitted himself with ability and honor as a man, a soldier, and an explorer. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Farthest North by Charles Lanman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, The Woeful Return. Without stopping to discuss the action of Congress or the government officials in regard to sending relief to the Greely Expedition, the writer desires to mention that the names of Senator Joseph R. Hawley and Representative E. John Ellis, because of their manly action in Congress in behalf of the suffering explorers, are far more deserving of places on the charts of the North than those of many others which have thus been honored. In 1882, a vessel called the Neptune, Captain William Sopp, was chartered at St. John's, Newfoundland, and with a full supply of provisions was dispatched for Lady Franklin Bay, but failing in her mission, returned to Newfoundland without leaving any of her supplies in the North, but bringing them all back to St. John's. In 1883, the steamer Proteus, Captain Richard Pike, was rechartered at St. John's, and with a full supply of provisions sailed for Discovery Harbor, but was crushed in the ice near Cape Sabine, her crew succeeding in landing in a safe place a small part of her cargo, some of which was subsequently utilized by the Greely party. In 1884, a third rescuing expedition was organized and dispatched for the relief of the Greely exploring party. That expedition was composed of a squadron of 3 ships, the Thetis, the Bear, and the Alert, under the command of Commander Winfield S. Schley of the United States Navy. They left St. John's on the 12th of May, and after the usual tribulations along the western coast of Greenland, reached the vicinity of Cape Sabine and discovered the Greely party at Camp Clay on Sunday the 22nd of June, 73 days after the death of Lieutenant Lockwood. The discovery was then made that out of the 25 men connected with the Greely expedition, only 7 were alive, viz., Lieutenant Greely, Brainerd, Biederbick, Fredericks, Long, Connell, and Ellison. As soon as the survivors could be relieved and transferred to the ships, the remains of the dead were exhumed with care and taken to the ships for transportation to the United States, excepting the remains of Eskimo Frederick, which were left at Disco. As the pictures presented by the survivors lying in their camp, dazed with suffering and surprise, and a joy they could not manifest, and the incidents they subsequently narrated of intense suffering, can only prove heartrending to the reader, they will not now be dwelt upon. The departure of the ships, with their strange list of dead and living passengers, seemed to enhance the gloom which filled the sky and rested upon the sea. Their condition was so deplorable that a delay of a very few days would have left none to tell the tale of woe and suffering. At least 2 could not have lived 24 hours. That this time was gained under the stimulus of the $25,000 reward appears from an article written by an officer of the relief expedition and published in the Century of May, 1885, as follows. The reward of $25,000 that Congress had offered for the first information of Greely had incited the whalers to take risks that they otherwise would have shunned. They had expressed a determination to strive for it, and were ever on the alert for a chance to creep northward. The relief squadron was determined on its part that the whalers should not secure the first information, and were equally zealous in pushing northward. It was this rivalry, a friendly one, for our relations with the whaling captains were of the pleasantest nature, that hurried us across Melville Bay and brought us together within sight of Cape York. It had been thought possible that Greely or an advance party might be there. Mr. Ellis proposed in the last session of Congress that as the reward had not been spent, yet had contributed to the rescue, it should be appropriated to building at Washington a monument to the dead. The temporary halt at Disco Harbor was saddened by the death of Ellison after prolonged sufferings, as if his noble spirit was determined to join his departed comrades in their passage to the skies from that northern land of desolation. In the official record of the relief expedition, Commander Schley makes an allusion to the important part taken by Lieutenant Lockwood in the Greely expedition, which should be repeated in this place. After submitting certain papers which had been found in a cairn at Brevoort Island, he says, "It was a wonderful story. It told how the expedition, during its 2 years at Lady Franklin Bay, had marked out the interior of Grinnell Land, and how Lockwood had followed the northern shore of Greenland, and had reclaimed for America the honor of the Farthest North. On Thursday the 17th of July, the relief expedition arrived at St. John's, Newfoundland, where they were kindly welcomed, and the tidings of their arrival promptly telegraphed to the anxious multitudes in the United States. complete arrangements were made for the continuous voyage of the living and the dead to their several homes. In a dispatch which the Secretary of the Navy sent to Commander Schley on the day of his return, he said, "Preserve tenderly the remains of the heroic dead," and that order was duly obeyed. They were placed in metallic caskets, and the squadron sailed from St. John's on the 26th of July, arriving at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, on the 2nd of August. As the first duty after a battle is to bury the dead, it is to be regretted that this was not done before the display was made at Portsmouth. It was not thus that England received her victorious fleet from Trafalgar, bearing home the remains of the dead hero Nelson. The mutilated remains of the dead should first have been delivered over to the bleeding hearts that awaited them. While so many unearned corpses remained in the ships, the celebration was but a ghastly jubilee. Requiems should have been chanted before paeans were sung. The only casket removed from the ships at Portsmouth was that containing the remains of Sergeant Jewell, who was a native of New Hampshire. The squadron now sailed for New York, and on its arrival, the 8th of August, was received with great enthusiasm. Here the remains of the dead were delivered to the custody of the army commander at Governor's Island, by whom the final dispositions were made. The remains of Lieutenant Lockwood were forwarded to Annapolis and placed under a military guard in the church of St. Anne, where the young hero had been baptized, confirmed, and received his first communion. The funeral was of a military character, and the attendance was very large, comprehending all the naval, military, and civil organizations of the city. Recalling the words of the poet Whittier, many of the mourners present must have felt their special force when he says, "I know not what the future hath of marvel or surprise, assured alone that life and death his mercy underlies." The remains of the hero lie in the beautiful cemetery of the Naval Academy, overlooking the place of his birth and the scenes of his childhood. An appropriate tomb was erected over them, bearing this inscription: James Booth Lockwood, Lieutenant, United States Army, born at Annapolis, Maryland, October 9, 1852, died at Cape Sabine, April 9, 1884. The sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory that shall be revealed in us. On the day that the rector of St. Anne's Church, Reverend William S. Southgate, gave notice of the time of the burial, he made the following remarks. One of the truths of the Bible taught us by the Church, the most difficult to receive and to hold practically, is that expressed in the words of the collect of the last week. O God, whose never-failing providence ordereth all things both in heaven and on earth. The difficulty arises from the fact that in so many cases we cannot discover either the justice or the mercy or even the expediency of that ordering. And yet, at times we get a glimpse of light that reveals much of the fitness and beauty of this divine ordering of events. Here is an example before us. There is a peculiar appropriateness in the ordering of events that brings James Booth Lockwood here to be buried. Born in this parish, baptized here, confirmed in St. Anne by Bishop Whittingham, April 19, 1868, he received his first communion at this altar on Christmas Day of the same year. The rector of the parish, who presented him for confirmation and administered to him the Holy Communion, has just been called suddenly to his rest. in the midst of untiring labors. The call found them both at the post of duty, and both were taken away while in the performance of that duty. But there was something peculiarly sad in the circumstances and mode of young Lockwood's death, circumstances due partly to the nature of the work in which he was engaged, partly to the fault of others. But what matters it how or when he died, if found at death's call doing the duty assigned to him? One of the earliest of the adventurers along this coast, then as little known to the world as the Arctic regions are now to us, when his little ship was overwhelmed by the stormy sea, comforted the frightened and trembling helmsman with the assuring words, "My child, heaven is as near to us by sea as by land, and so what matters is where we die and how we die, so long as we are reconciled to God and are faithfully fulfilling our calling. May God give us grace so to live that we may never be afraid to die in any place or in any manner." That the story and the fate of James B. Lockwood excited a profound sentiment of sorrow and admiration throughout the entire country was manifested in many ways, and a notice of some of them will form an appropriate conclusion to this in memoriam volume. Among the first tributes of honor and affection was the following official order published by the colonel of his regiment, announcing his death to the military associates of the young soldier. Order number 46, Headquarters, 23rd Infantry, Fort Wayne, Michigan, July 25th, 1884. Another name is added to the list of our honored dead. The official announcement is received from the War Department of the death of First Lieutenant James B. Lockwood at Camp Clay near Cape Sabine, Smith's Sound, Arctic regions, April 9th, 1884. He was assigned to this regiment as second lieutenant October 1st, 1873, and promoted first lieutenant March 15th, 1883. He served with distinction throughout Arizona, Nebraska, Kansas, the Indian Territory, and Colorado, always performing with zeal and thoroughness the various and complex duties that usually fall to the lot of the young officer. In 1881, he turned from the arduous duties and savage warfare of frontier life to face still greater hardship and danger, and finally to lay down his life in those frozen and inhospitable regions which have proved the sepulchre of so many heroes before him. Lieutenant Lockwood was a young officer of great promise in his profession, of a noble and exalted character. His fine mind tended constantly to the investigation of scientific truths. When the privations, the suffering, and the achievements of the Lady Franklin Bay expedition are fully related, higher authority will doubtless pay a more fitting tribute to the worth, the fortitude, and the matchless courage of an officer who, in Arctic exploration, has carried the American flag to a point in advance of that of any other nation. His reward is an imperishable fame which he sought with even greater resolution than leads the soldier to the cannon's mouth. The pleasant smile and manly form of our comrade are lost to us forever, but his name and memory will always be green in our hearts. Officers of the regiment will wear the usual badge of mourning for 30 days. By order of Colonel Black, T.G.M. Smith, 1st Lieutenant and Adjutant, 23rd Infantry. When the news of Lockwood's fate was known at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, arrangements were at once made by those who had known and loved him there to erect a tablet to his memory in the handsome post chapel at that place. When completed, it was placed in a conspicuous position and bore the following inscription: In Memoriam, James B. Lockwood, 1st Lieutenant 23rd Infantry, a member of the Greely Polar Expedition, died at Cape Sabine, Grinnell Land, April 9, 1884. This tablet was erected chiefly at the expense of Lockwood's old regiment. To one of the officers, General Lockwood presented a sword that had belonged to his son, and in his acknowledgment, that officer made this remark: As a friend of your son, I shall take pride and comfort from having in my possession the sword of a friend who lived so nobly and died so honorably. Should you desire it to come back to your family when I have joined your son, I hope you will tell me so, and I will provide accordingly. Among those who earnestly cooperated with this gentleman in erecting the tablet was one who wrote to his fellow officer as follows: No two people outside of Lockwood's own blood relations loved him more than you and I, and yet I do not know that I am right in calling his end untimely. He died as he had ever lived, in the discharge of his duty, and I imagine when the records of the expedition become more known, it will be seen that his duty was well done to the end. He was a man and has died like one. God grant that when our time comes, it may find us too in the discharge of our duty. During Lieutenant Greely's sojourn in Portsmouth, when on his way home, and while yet too feeble to use the pen, he dictated the following letter to General Lockwood: Portsmouth, New Hampshire, August 9th, 1884. My dear General Lockwood, had I not seen Commander Sigsbee and given to him such information as he wished, and as I knew would be most important to you in regard to your son, I should have attempted an earlier letter to you. I am still unable to write to you by my own hand. As I told Commander Sigsbee, James died from water around the heart, induced by insufficient nutrition. His last days were quiet and painless. He did his whole duty as a soldier and an officer. His loyalty to truth, fidelity, and zeal could always be relied upon by me. His unvarying kindness, his gentleness, his deep interest in and toward the men of the expedition indicated a nature thoroughly imbued with the essential and fundamental principles of Christianity, and won for him their good will, confidence, and affection. I feel that you and Mrs. Lockwood may well be proud of such a son. His daily conversation during the past winter told us how much he loved his parents, and how deep and close were the bonds of affection which united him to his sisters and brother. He seemed to feel that he had not done full justice to the many and great advantages that you had given him, and hoped to make amends in the future. His innate modesty in this, as in other matters, I think did scant justice to his true merits. I write by Mrs. Greely's hand. She joins me in sympathy and condolence. I feel that this letter insufficiently informs you regarding James. From day to day he intended to write you, but delayed too long. His diary in shorthand was kept up, I believe, to the day preceding his death. Sincerely yours, A. W. Greely. Another letter from Portsmouth, written by Sergeant D. L. Brainerd in answer to some inquiries made by General Lockwood, was as follows: Portsmouth, New Hampshire, September 4th, 1874. General H. H. Lockwood. Dear Sir, your letter of the 22nd ult, requesting information of the missing effects of your dear son, which had been committed to my care, is just received. The effects in question, excepting the ring and coins, I turned over to Major Greely before leaving the city in August. The 2 latter articles I afterward found and gave to Mrs. Peck, who with her husband called on me at the Parker House in Boston. The setting of the ring, I am sorry to say, was not found after his death, although diligent search was made. He had spoken of it but a few days before his death, and expressed great concern for its safety. It was supposed to be suspended from his neck in a small parcel, but search revealed nothing. The compass was among the effects I transferred to Lieutenant Greely, as were also 2 pencils, his pipe, spoon, knife, etc. With reference to the inner life of your son, do not feel any concern. Although not an open professor of any particular creed, he followed closely the Golden Rule during my acquaintance with him. When I reach Washington, I shall be glad to call on you. In the meantime, I shall willingly answer any question with regard to his life in that frigid zone that you may desire to ask. Place no reliance on any of the adverse newspaper reports that are occasionally seen reflecting on his conduct. They are not worthy of a moment's thought. Hoping that the articles have reached you in safety ere this, I am, very sincerely yours, D. L. Brainerd. Another and very handsome letter sent to General Lockwood by an officer of the army who had long known his son was as follows: San Antonio, Florida, July 25th, 1884. My dear General, the newspapers tardily convey to me the news of your son's heroic death. I cannot express to you how much both my wife and myself were affected by this intelligence. I knew your son from his entry into the 23rd Infantry in 1873 until I was promoted to the 22nd in 1879, and formed so high an estimate of his sterling soldierly character that it is inexpressibly sad to think of his career being cut short at so early an age. But, though early, he has nevertheless left his mark on the scientific record of the country, a record which can never perish while the frozen North continues to hold the secrets he has more nearly penetrated than any other explorer of those regions. This must be, my dear General, some consolation to you, though I well know that it cannot wholly atone for the loss of your noble son. But, as time passes, this reflection may soften your paternal grief. A life work need not extend to the allotted 80 years and 10. In the providence of God it often compasses a much smaller period of time. When it is accomplished, God calls the worker home. Who shall measure the work your son accomplished in the examples he gave of fidelity to duty, of heroic fortitude? How many fainting souls in the future, reading of his devotion, will be strengthened to go forward in the paths marked out for them? That your grief may be in time assuaged by these reflections is the prayer devoutly offered by your sincere friend. Many private letters of condolence and sympathy were written to the parents of the deceased by personal friends and others, some of which serve to illustrate the character of the departed. One of these friends wrote as follows: The tender regard and sincere love I had for James prompts me to write to you and express my heartfelt sorrow in losing him. We were dear friends for years, and a more upright and honorable man never lived, and our regiment has lost a member who can never be replaced, and the memory of him who died far away from us can never be forgotten." In another letter, a friend wrote as follows: "Dr. B, USA, one of James's most intimate and best friends, desires me to say that, of all the men he knew, James was to him far dearer than any other. As for myself, I shall always hold James dear to my heart, and hope some day, when all things pass away, to meet him in that happy land where our loved ones are gone." In another letter occurs the following: "Lockwood was among the best young officers of the regiment, very attentive to duty, and correct in habits. His promise of usefulness was unusually great. I hope that the knowledge of duty well performed, and under the most trying circumstances, may in some degree ameliorate your great grief." Another friend writes: "I but echo the feeling of all in the 23rd Infantry who knew your son in saying that your great loss is partly theirs. His kindly and generous impulses, his sterling integrity, and his thoroughness as an officer and a gentleman secured and retained for him the substantial goodwill and friendship of all. And while we may grieve at the mournful end of his career, yet this feeling is somewhat neutralized in the melancholy satisfaction of knowing that he died on the field of honor." In another letter from one who had been in the army and on the staff of General Lockwood at Accomac, Virginia, occurs the following most admirable and appropriate passage: "I do believe, dear General, that all is well with your son, standing where no human footstep had ever trod before, seeing what no eye had ever before beheld, alone amid the awful silence of that frozen deep, alone with God. There must have been some communings with the Holy One of more import to James than all else besides. And at the last day you will again see your son in glory, wearing the crown of those made perfect through suffering." Besides the many letters written by personal friends, there were others from perfect strangers who had either served under General Lockwood in the army or been especially interested in the fate of the youthful hero. Among the strangers who wrote letters of condolence was the Reverend William E. Griffiths, D.D. of Schenectady, New York, who had preached a sermon on the conquests of peace, and in which he made the following allusion to Lieutenant Lockwood: "The laurels that repose on the memory of Lieutenant Lockwood are better than battle honors or wreaths after bloody victories." It was his opinion that the Arctic secret would yet be won, and that Lockwood and his brother heroes were doing the will of God as explorers in the far north. On the 20th of July, 1884, the Reverend Dr. John S. Lindsay of St. John's Church in Georgetown delivered a sermon in which he alluded to the return of the Greely Expedition, and especially to Lieutenant Lockwood, who had been one of his parishioners. He said, "Just a few days ago we were plunged into sorrow by the news that among the living of the latest Arctic expedition who had been rescued was not our young townsman, the son of one of the most honored members of this congregation. The dispatch that brought the glad intelligence that 6 were saved was soon followed by the sad announcement that he, vigorous as he was, had sunk under the rigors of the climate, worn out by work and want. Has he left no lesson for you and me, for all his fellow men? Think of his ceaseless endeavor, of the courage and devotion with which he bore the brunt of the exploration, and wore away his own strength in seeking food for his comrades and himself. see him with a single companion penetrating nearer to the North Pole than any other man had ever gone, however daring. When he had done his whole duty, more than had ever been done before, he lies down to rest, to die. Most fittingly did his brother explorers give his name to this spot, the farthest land north trod by human foot. Lockwood Island shall stand as long as the earth endures amid the awful wastes and silence of these mysterious regions, as the monument of this brave young soldier. A child of the Church, the subject of ceaseless prayer, of yours, of mine, of his family, we trust that his spirit, chastened and exalted by the hardships he endured, winged its flight from the inhospitable land that refused sustenance to his body, and now rests and waits in the paradise of God. We mingle our tears with his fathers and his mothers, and with those of all who loved him. But out of the deep we rejoice in the record he has left behind of devotion to duty even unto death. Surely no life is short in which so much is done, or in vain that gives such instruction and such inspiration to other lives. In conclusion, let us not cast away our faith in God because of the mysteries and trials and sufferings of life. End of chapter 19. End of Farthest North by Charles Lanman.